It's the homeless left with Matt Weinglass, with guest correspondent Fiorella Isabel. Episode 155, Red Flags, False Flags, and Psyops. And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We got a little late start here today, but we have a lot of great content for you today. A lot of stuff going on since we last saw you guys last Thursday. It seems like ages ago now. After everything has gone down over the weekend, even as late as right now, as early as right now, we're still having breaking news on some of the stories that we are attempting our best to cover. Give the appropriate attention to each of these stories and go at each story the way we tell you guys, we talk about, we're consistent with, always go in with being curious, with our critical minds ready to go. And we don't have all the information right away, but we go in an honest way when we dig in and we look to see where those red flags are right away. We are skeptical right away, the way the media reports these stories to us. We are skeptical that they have information at their fingertips ready to tell us what happened immediately. That is always a red flag. So today's show, we're calling this show, what we're looking at is red flags, false flags, and psyops, and how we can tell the difference. And if none of those things are true, do we ever actually get any honest news from top down, from mainstream? Are we even ever experiencing that in an honest way? Maybe little trickles of it here and there, but not for the stories we're covering today. You guys have heard about the Bondi Beach massacre, shooting incident that happened over the weekend. So we're going to dive into that. We're already seeing false flag signs on that one. And then here in LA, we had a New Year's Eve, apparently a terror plot that was foiled by the FBI. So we're looking at the signs on that one as well. Did they really foil it or did they cause it? We'll look at that. We have updates on the Erika Kirk situation since the town hall disaster. There's a lot of damage control apparently happening, but a lot of new stuff coming out very recently about her relationship with Candace. So we'll get into some of that. We're going to have Fiorella Isabel come on, guest correspondent today. We're going to be looking at the updates on Russia, Europe. There's a war really that Europe is pushing all out with against Russia, and they're back to the narrative of Putin's trying to take over the world, and we have to stop him. It is literally World War III happening right in front of us, or at least they're attempting to. So we're here to, get to the bottom of that one as well. So that we'll be looking forward to that discussion later in the show. We should be looking at the Brown University shooting as well. We'll see if we have time for that one, but definitely this is a HOLLYWOKE issue. You guys heard about Rob Reiner and the tragedy that occurred also in the last few days here. So we're going to be diving into that on a new segment of HOLLYWOKE. And of course, we have some Maha updates as well. We know what it's not. We're going to be looking at this Blackbox warning, apparently that was going to be implemented to the COVID shots, but now apparently they might not be. We'll have to look at that one as well. So thank you guys all for being here with us today, wherever you're watching us. We welcome you to the Homeless Left. This can be wherever you're finding us. Rumble, that's our main channel. But you know what, guys? We've been doing pretty well on our YouTube as well. So the new channel, THL Presents on YouTube, you guys can find us. I think the search engines are still having a hard time acknowledging that the channel exists, but we did get enough momentum that we did get monetized, and it's very cool that we are taken seriously in that sense in such a short period of time. We did this whole thing this year, less than a year. We got this thing together from scratch because the last channel, the original channel, no longer exists. Why? Because we were terminated for having conversations like this, for asking the questions the mainstream media refuses to ask. And therefore, what we're doing here on this show is considered not just misinformation, but dangerous information. In fact, it's dangerous to people in the community, is what Google emailed us and told us, that our show is dangerous and we have to keep the community safe. So if you guys are ready to get a little unsafe with us today, we plan to get a little unsafe and have real conversations. Again, if you're also, you can find us on Twitter as well. And I think when you guys chime in on the comments there, we can certainly engage with you here. We're going to do some talking back later in the show. That's where we reply to you, respond to your comments live in real time on the show. No Facebook today. We're still working on putting that channel together. Not too enthusiastic about Facebook anyways. And we know the Meta stuff went through today. That's the other thing. You guys marked your calendar. You better have your Meta accounts all worked out, and you needed to opt out by today. It's a little late now, but what they are doing as of now on Meta is they're using your private messages to fuel their AI. Anything you've ever done on Facebook privately is now property of Meta and property of their AI. They're whatever they're doing, building their model of this supercomputer database that's going to basically control all of us, using our own information against us, which is why you needed to opt out of that one. Okay. I haven't put this one up in a while. The support on locals, we do appreciate that. We're not on there as often as we'd like to be. We'll get on a little bit more for you. If you guys know what locals is, you should just go check it out if you haven't heard of locals. It's a way a lot of our independent channels like us can get extra support from you guys. And we should be sharing some bonus content with you on that. So we'll be working on more on that with you guys throughout the next several weeks into next year. So let's get into the show. I think the algorithm was not looking good at first, but I think we're starting to get some traction. Okay. We'll let it ride right now. We'll let it ride. And we'll get started. Here we go. You guys know we like to kick the week off our Tuesday show with a little real fake news update. Let's do it. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're looking at a story that broke very recently right here in LA. And you're not going to believe it, guys. Hold on to your seats for this one. But apparently, the FBI has foiled a multiple terror attack that was going to be happening right here in LA on New Year's Eve in multiple locations. And it was all going to be done by a Free Palestine radical lefty group. Believe it or not. Yeah, they really came to bat, and they hit this one out of the park. And I think the FBI deserves a round of applause for their excellent work. Let's see how the story went down.
It's 10 minutes past the hour. This news happening out of Los Angeles. The FBI now reports that it's disrupted a planned New Year's Eve terror attack in Los Angeles. 4 suspects in custody, the FBI identifying them as members of a pro-Palestine extremist group. They're suspected of planning coordinated IED attacks targeting 5 different locations in Los Angeles. But based on the reporting now, that plot has been foiled. We will wait for more out of LA or out of Washington, D.C. for what the FBI has to say about that developing story. And
yeah, one of the things that crossed my mind as
something crossed your mind. You're a reporter, right? You work at Fox News. You just showed this story on your desk. You're live on your show right now with your audience. What crossed your mind right now when you were given this report?
all of these stories we're developing is say a prayer for the first responders, right? The ones who are first on the scene, who have to see some of these horrific things that are hard to unsee, and they help protect people and comfort people by getting the information out there to them as quickly as possible.
They are under a lot of pressure, too, when you hear stories like this.
Oh, yeah. They are under a lot of pressure for when they show up to the thing that they might have had a hand in putting together. And so, yeah, it is a lot of pressure. And so we just need to do, thoughts and prayers to those those very sensitive and vulnerable and fragile FBI officers that really, they lose a lot of sleep over the false flag events that they plan throughout the year. They do have to plan a lot of them. It is a lot of effort. So I'm with you. But as a journalist, no, it never would cross your mind that you might have a question about how this thing unveiled itself and what techniques they used in order to get this foiling to happen in this big heroic moment. Well, let's look at some of the information that they put out themselves, because they are the heroes and they're covering their own story and their own investigation of what happened. So here's the Guardian. Here we go. No, this one is not the Guardian. This one, let's see. This one is, here we go. This one is from AP. Let me change this one up here. Here we go. Let's do it like this one. Okay. So, 4 charged. So these are the 4 people. They're now in custody. They were charged with plotting New Year's Eve attacks in Southern California, the prosecutors say. Okay. Well, we'll see. So federal authorities said Monday they foiled a plot to bomb multiple sites of 2 U.S. companies on New Year's Eve in SoCal after arresting members of an extremist, anti-capitalist, and anti-government group. The 4 suspects were arrested Friday in the Mojave Desert, east of L.A., as they were rehearsing their plot. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Esseley said during a news conference, officials showed reporters surveillance aerial footage of the suspects moving a large black object in the desert to a table. Okay, so the officials said they were able to make the arrest before the suspects assembled a functional explosive device. Well, thank God they were there just in time. So here are the people they listed that are now in custody. They're all from the LA area. 30-year-old, 32, 24, 41, and these are their profiles behind them when they were giving this little presentation, theatrical presentation. They also found, conveniently enough, Free Palestine flyers, because you like to bring flyers to a desert campsite where you're making bombs. You got to have your flyers, guys. And you guys know that when we're making bombs, you always got to have your flyers. So if any passerbys, they want to ask, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're making bombs. And here, come to our next peace protest that we're doing. It's a Free Palestine protest. Bring your friends. We're nonviolent resistance group for peace, and we don't want babies blown up by the IDF. Speaking of blowing up, we're making bombs right here next to the flyers. So just so you know, that's how that works. So the charges against each suspect include conspiracy and possession of a destructive device. He said additional charges were expected in the coming weeks. Of course they are. So yeah, all that stuff, and that line was repeated there. Okay, so now let's see a little pushback here. Okay, so one of the defendants allegedly provided an FBI informant with an 8-page document. Oh, of course, because that's what you like to do, is put the entire plan in a document, which will describe everything about what was going to happen. It's all in a page-by-page breakdown, 8 pages discussing this case. The informant had been working with the Bureau, so they've been working with the FBI since 2021 and no criminal record, meaning this person is a paid operative. And the difference is, and so if you guys know what the difference is between a paid operative and an informant, is they didn't capture somebody in the terrorist group and say, you're going to wear a wire or you're going to jail. That's not what happened. They literally took an FBI agent and put them into the situation. So you guys understand there's a difference between those two things. This clearly was the second thing. So this is from the actual case breakdown, the part that's highlighted in number 5, late November 2025. Carol, who was one of the 4 that were arrested, that's in captivity now, a member of what they called the Turtle Island Liberation Front. TILF. Ooh, nice little acronym there. They provided a confidential human source, and that human source, CHS, is the FBI informant, who is an actual FBI agent, has been with the FBI since 2021. And there's an 8-page handwritten document, and the name of it is called Operation Midnight Sun, which clearly is describing everything in detail. And I'm sure they had Tyler Robinson involved in putting this together, because Tyler Robinson, as you know, is very skilled at putting everything in paper, everything on text, as far as the entire plan. And you always want to do that before the FBI raids you, or before you turn yourself in. You got to have a detailed account of everything you did. Or if you're Luigi Mangione, you also have to have a detailed account when you escape, but then you go to a McDonald's and you make sure that you have that manifesto on you, because you got to let the FBI know every single thing you did, because the FBI has to be able to take the standing ovations and bow and, just the flowers and all of the awards. And they can't get those awards unless you give them everything they need to solve the case. Well, let's look at the awkward presentation of the FBI, since they were given everything they needed, which was very convenient. They were basically handed the entire thing with a bow around. It might as well had a bow around it and said "Merry effing Christmas." Here you go.
And this is the video is. Do you want to describe the video?
Yeah, I'll describe the video. So, as I mentioned in my talking points, on December 12th, a group of individuals, again members of this anti-government group, traveled out to the desert to test their explosive devices. They had precursor chemicals there, and they were going to create these bombs in the desert. What they are starting to do is put their chemicals and wares and the components out on the table there. This footage that you're watching is from our surveillance plane, and then what happened after this is the Los Angeles FBI SWAT team, along with the FBI's hostage rescue team, moved in and arrested all 4 subjects without incident.
So now we'll take some questions.
All right, question time.
Yeah, we're not naming the victim companies, but I'll generally describe them as logistics centers. You can think of like Amazon-type logistics centers, but we're not naming the specific companies at this.
Okay, so these 4 people you have in custody, they were planning to bomb an Amazon-type centers on New Year's Eve, and that was to help to free Palestine. Was that the motive there, to free Palestine and end capitalism? The best way to do that is to bomb an Amazon company, clearly. Oh, and also don't forget you have to spell your entire plan out in an 8-page breakdown and make sure there's a paper trail leading right to the place that you're going to be creating the bombs. And that's all. So yeah, every box seemed to be checked here. Okay.
There were at least 5 locations that they intended to target within Orange County and Los Angeles County. Again, we're not giving out the specific sites, but they were willing and wanting to do more if they could recruit more members to their radical efforts there.
You mentioned the arrest in New Orleans. Do you think that there are other people involved? Or you mentioned some other locations?
There are definitely more members to this group. As far as who was specifically involved in this New Year's Eve terror plot, we believe we've arrested all the members who were specifically involved in that particular plot. We did execute search warrants to people who are also part of this group. As we review that evidence, if we determine that there are any other individuals who knew about this or provided any assistance, we will obviously be charging them as well.
And their investigation will continue, and they will continue to add charges to the 4 they have in custody. And of course, the mainstream media will continue to not ask the FBI any questions. They'll just be getting their pecking orders top down on what to report about what else they have found in the meantime. So that's it for the LA story here. Again, we're not supposed to ask any questions about it. We're supposed to be applauding Kash Patel and all his little LA minions that were on this thing. They need to get better at their presentation, a lot of stuttering. So they just need to maybe take an acting class or 2 and get a little better there. But we know here at the Homeless Left that when something like this goes down, there's always more to the story than what they're telling us. And that's just across the board. So no, we don't. We're going to take the stance that we don't think that there was any terror plot being planned, especially from a pre-Palestine organization who likes to take flyers of peace protests with them while they're making bombs. And this has been a Real Fake News update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay. Moving on, guys. Welcome if you're just joining us. Thanks for being here with us today. We're going to get into a bigger, I mean, that was a big story, but we got a much bigger story coming up here in just a moment. It's time we start talking about the Bondi massacre event, because you guys know that we ain't getting the full story on that. So I'm setting this one up right now. I think we are good to go. Okay. Here we go. Welcome everyone to welcome if you're just getting to us here. We had a little late start, but all for the best. We got a lot of show ready for you guys. A lot more to do here. Okay. Here we go. Let's go ahead and kick off the next segment here. Okay. This is a big one, guys. Bondi Beach massacre over the weekend. We know that 15 people are dead. It's a tragic event that occurred. And like clockwork, we're already seeing kind of pecking down orders about who did this, why they did this, and what we're going to do about it. All those things have been dictated to us seemingly immediately following this incident. But here's the profile The Guardian just released, so we understand the father and son that were apparently the perpetrators of this massacre. The Bondi Beach terror attack, father and son duo allegedly used licensed firearms in shooting. Naveed Akram. Now we're going to talk about Naveed here in a moment. If you guys know where we're going to go with that one. But Naveed Akram, he's the one that's still alive. His father, Sajid, he was shot dead by police at the scene. They've listed the victims that we know so far. There's 15 that are dead. There's a ton of them that are in recovery right now. Some of them are still in critical condition. But what are they telling us right now? That the gunman behind the attack, father and son duo, suspected of using legally obtained firearms. And you guys know where we're going with this. Australia is going to now have to crack down on what? More gun restrictions. Of course, you got to restrict the guns, right? That's what they're working on now, because these guys legally obtained them. So you got to make it illegal to obtain them. That's where they're going next. But before that, let's look at this. So we have, Naveed, 24 years old, arrested at the scene, 50-year-old father. He was shot dead on the scene, allegedly killing 15 people together, dozens more injured. And apparently the son was known to New South Wales police and security agencies, while his father had a firearms license with 6 weapons registered to him. All 6 firearms have been recovered by the police. Let's look at these guys, because I got to say, watching this footage here, they look pretty relaxed, pretty focused, and pretty well trained. Here's one of the videos that came out from it.
Get down, boys, get down. Oh my God. Fireworks.
It looks like a sharpshooter to me. Looks like a sharpshooter to me. That's just my first take on it. And then this was the moment where a citizen, who I suppose it was very convenient for Netanyahu to call this guy a Jewish hero. He had to later correct himself because it actually was a Muslim man who was the only one who went into action mode where the police didn't at all. The police stayed put, and this was the only person who attempted to do anything brave at all. So none of the police actually did anything. They just stood there while this guy, Muslim man, went to tackle one of the shooters.
Oh! C'est un malade. Oh non, gros! Oh! Ouais, mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus. Il est trop con, le mec.
So he has the guy's gun, and he was smart enough not to shoot him at that point, because he would have been might have been a problem there if you're shooting somebody with the gun you just took from them when they don't have the gun anymore. So he just kept it on him. Probably a good instinct there. But then the dude just gets to walk away. Why don't the police come? Why don't the police come and tackle him right now? What's going on here? Why don't they have police on the other guy? Why aren't they doing anything about this at all? He just seems to be able to walk away, and then the dude ends up throwing something at him because no one else is doing anything at this point. So, I would say we used to see incidences like this, and my instinct in the past has always been the police are either they're afraid, they are unorganized. We used to really get on the police about these situations where they're so quick to draw their guns when they're in non-dangerous situations. They love drawing their guns on kids holding up a candy bar, got to kill the kid in case it was a gun, that kind of stuff. And then when a real thing happens, they just freeze. So it used to be really critical of that. But now when we look at incidences like this, we have another part of our brain has to go into play here. It's not just immediately criticizing the police and saying you're ineffective or you're scared. And there's another video. I don't know if you guys saw the one of the female police officer being kind of having to be guided over to where she needed to be, and she didn't want to go. And I was like, oh, there's another afraid. Why are you a police officer if you're going to be petrified in a situation like this? Well, another part of our brain has to kick in now. We have to start looking at the entire apparatus of the police and say, what are they being told to do and what are they being told not to do? And is there actual top-down orders being instructed to them to not do anything on purpose? Is that a factor? And that's something we have to start considering because of all of the other red flags and false flags and things we're going to be looking at more of here. But I'm just throwing that out to you guys. We have to have that part of our brain ready to go too, not just the police suck at their job when we really need them. So there's more going on here clearly. And you guys, if you haven't thought of that yet, in this particular case, we have more to show you. So let me play out this part here. Yeah, clearly this went on.
Oh, l'enculé, il a pris une deuxième arme. En gros, il a récupéré l'arme du mec. Mec, c'est un attentat, frère. Eh, il y en a un, il est en dessous du bridge.
So this went on way longer than it should have. Way longer than it should have. Way longer. So, and I need to investigate the footage a little more and see, because it's so hard to see. And this from Jutta, I just wanted to read this one out, because if we watch the footage of the guy who took the gun, a bloke in black hat comes back to the tree and grabbed the gun and started firing at the son, but no one's talking about this. Okay, that is something we haven't seen. I'd like to take a look at that. But again, it's being presented very chaotic. Not, there's not much clarity here about how this actually went down or what's actually happening. And then we come to find out that the Mossad has now sent their people to the crime scene and they're investigating. So we can surely expect an honest investigation into the questions that we still have here. So rest assured that should be coming soon. But let's see what the initial responses were to this chaos. Let's start with Chuck Schumer, because he had to chime in right away and tell us how important it is that we talk about this. I mean, I'm sorry, he was more into football, actually.
So I'm going to say a few words about the terrible shooting in Sydney, Australia. Okay? So, and first, of course, as I always say, no matter what, go Bills. They beat the Patriots today. It's a big deal.
Bills did beat the Patriots, and Chuck Schumer, you're absolutely right. It's a big deal, and that's what our attention should be on, not on a story like this. So well-timed. We're really good with words there, Schumer, and really good with timing. So that's why you are a lifer, apparently, because nobody had a problem with anything like that you would do in such a it's such a tacky way to introduce this story to your constituents. But yeah, it's even hard to laugh at that one. Okay, so now on to the big stuff here. We know the drill. We know that Netanyahu has to come out right away and tell us what the real problem is here. And this is his second time speaking about it, so he's already had time to prepare this second time. And he does correct himself. I'll forewarn you guys. He corrects himself about when he originally said that a Jewish man was the hero. This one turned out to be a Muslim, the one you guys just saw. They grabbed the gun because the police didn't do anything. But here is Netanyahu carefully telling Australia why this happened. And it's because he warned them and they didn't listen to his warning. And they suffered the consequences because they didn't listen.
On August 17th, about 4 months ago, I sent Prime Minister Albanese of Australia a letter in which I gave him warning that the Australian government's policy was promoting and encouraging anti-Semitism in Australia. I wrote, "Your call for a Palestinian state pours fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, you replaced weakness with weakness and appeasement with more appeasement. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia. You did nothing to curb the cancer cells that were growing inside your country. You took no action. You let the disease spread. And the result is the horrific attacks on Jews we saw today."
How can you say that with certainty? What are you talking about? You didn't take act. And what kind of action are you talking about, Netanyahu? Are you talking about not funding any sort of relief or aid to Gaza? Is that what you mean? Cut that off? Is it because Australia recognized Palestine as a state? Is that what you're talking about? What exactly is it that is by your own words, is the cancer that their help for Palestine and their support for Palestine? What exactly is the cancer that you're connecting the dots that leads to a horrific murder event where 15 people are dead? How does one correlate to the other? Because you said so. That's why. And because it seems like you have more of a hand in what is going on here than just an observer. That's what it seems like to us. And there's more. But yeah, finish up your speech. I mean, it's actually a threat, but we'll say it's a speech. It's a threat, Netanyahu.
We saw an action of a brave man. Turns out a Muslim brave man, and I salute him.
Thank you for correcting that. But the damage was already done. The damage, see, you guys know that game. You guys know the trick. Say Jewish man hero. You can correct it later, but you already said the thing. You already said the 40 beheaded babies. You already said that. That already happened. So you already got the result you wanted. You wanted that. You wanted that emotional reaction, right? So you got the emotional reaction. Corrected yourself now. But yeah, go on with your empowering speech, which is really a threat.
That stopped one of these terrorists from killing innocent Jews. But it requires the action of your government, which you're not taking. And you have to, because history will not forgive hesitation and weakness. It will honor action and strength. That's what Israel expects of each of your governments in the West and elsewhere.
That's what Israel expects. Israel expects you to do things for them. If you don't, you will suffer the consequences. What kind of relationship is that? What are we talking about here? Look at the look in that guy's eyes. Look at this. If you don't comply with Israel, you will face the consequences. It's pretty simple. There's not much else here other than a man threatening a country who, just by the way, had 15 people murdered in it. And all you can do is say, I warned you. I warned you, motherfuckers. I told you, stop funding Palestine aid. Stop recognizing them as a state. And let us murder the shit out of them as much as we want. And don't do anything about it. And that'll be strength. That equates to strength. And then we won't do anything to you that you will regret. What would that be? What could Israel possibly do? What could they do? Well, let's look a little closer. And there are more threats. There are more threats, by the way. Actually, let me play this one. I'm going to play this one more threat. This is a big deal because we covered this woman. We've covered this woman. This is the head of Stop Anti-Semitism. She is now bragging. Her name is Lyora Rez, and she's bragging about how she's going to continue to harass Americans and anybody around the country who stand up for Palestine, do what Australia only in a minor way has done, by the way. It's not like they're all in completely. They do enough recognizing a Palestinian state. Like that's such a huge deal. And being for aid to starving people, such a huge deal. But she's saying, Stop Anti-Semitism will vow that they will haunt you for the rest of your life. The rest of your life, if you continue to defy Israel. In other words, show any support for dying, starving babies that we're funding their deaths of.
Day, we have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Not theorized about them, not quietly documented them, feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves. Approximately 400 of these Jew haters have faced real consequences, including firings, suspensions, and expulsions. This is what accountability looks like. This is what action looks like. If you target Jewish students, your actions will not disappear into the darkness. We will shine a light on you that, thanks to Google and SEO, will follow you for the rest of your life. When you look for a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for a nanny, when you look for anything, our work will always be documented. Again, thanks to Google and SEO.
Thanks to Google and SEO, which we own Google, we have Israeli operatives in Google right now. We know this personally firsthand. They brag about it. So because we own the Google search engine, we can do whatever the F we want. So thank you, Google, who we own, and SEO, and all the other platforms that we're getting our hands into. That's what we're doing. And we're gloating about it. That's what happens. So you defy us, you're effed. Not just now, but for the rest of your freaking lives. That's what she's saying. And could it come at any more, interesting time? Let's just say an interesting time that this is coming out now. You think this might be separate conversations? No. The point is, you leverage the event. You leverage the event in your favor while everybody is trying to figure out what's going on. And people listen. People comply. That's what happens. And more, we're told that it's Muslims, it's Islam, it's Free Palestine groups. They're the violent ones. They're the ones that need to be stopped. That's what this is about. And it seems to be working to a degree. But fortunately, there's enough people calling this out. So let's get into the really nitty-gritty stuff here, okay? So just to throw this out front, we know that people like Laura Loomer, they were saying there's going to be something big go down. It's going to be an Islam Islam is coming. If you guys don't do something, I guarantee you something's going to happen. She's telling us this. Well, Candace had fought back immediately. Candace Owens put this out back on November 27th, and this was in response to a lot of people, the signalers, the Laura Loomers, who were signaling that something was going to happen. But they were saying, beware, we need to stop anti-Semitism because something's going to be coming. Well, guess what? As she says, this tweet will age well. Candace Owens said on the 27th of last month, they have been signaling that a 9/11 style attack is coming the second week of December. Save this tweet. It will age well. And it did. And anybody who is saying, well, it wasn't 9/11 because it wasn't 2 towers that were hit and 3,000 people died. So you're wrong, Candace. That's not what she means. She didn't say an exact replica. She said a style of event that will do the thing that 9/11 did, which is manufacture consent, get the emotions going, and we'll be willing to listen to whatever you want to stick on that bullseye that we're supposed to be shooting darts at. I'm speaking, of course, I'm referencing the Bin Laden bullseye, which was available to purchase at Target immediately following 9/11 on September 12th. You could go purchase a Bin Laden dartboard with a dart on his head, a target, and you can throw darts at it. That was available on September the 12th, 2001. Did you know that? So this is what she's saying is show us the next dartboard that we're going to be throwing darts at. Whose face is under that? Well, we know the face they want to put, and that's the face of any Muslim, any the Islam a religion, whatever we're talking about any Free Palestine activity, anyone gathering in a nonviolent resistance protest. That's who's on the target. That's what this is about. Okay. Well, they get a little sloppy with their little operations. And if you're still not convinced, if you're on the fence, let's take a look at one of the victims. When I say victims, I mean he wasn't one of the 15 killed, but apparently he was extremely injured. In fact, and he's a Jewish man. He was so injured, he got shot in the head apparently, and he was still able to stand up for this interview, even though the shooters were clearly using high caliber rifles. This dude, well, he's a survivor, man. He's a survivor, so he's going to tell us. Oh, by the way, he's also a survivor of October 7th. Thought I'd throw that into that too. This guy survived October 7th, and he survived Australia. Check this out.
So we're just looking at the Jewish leaders over here hugging each other. I mean, what else can you do?
Not a lot you can do right now. Right now, we've everyone's got to help, everyone's got to hug, everyone's got to embrace. This is it was a bloodbath. It was an absolute massacre.
Tell me what happened.
I was here with my family. It was a Hanukkah celebration. There were hundreds of people. There were children. There were elderly families enjoying themselves. Children, kids.
Let's pause right there. Why does that cadence sound so familiar? What is he doing there? What is he doing there? What is he doing? I have to stop there. What is he doing with there were families, there were children, what is that? What are you trying to tell the viewer that the person that did this is extra disgusting and horrible and racist? And I mean, I'm sorry, not racist. That you get a special word, anti-Semitic, filled with hate. There were children there. Where does this anger? How is this anger coming into play right after a massacre when you don't even know any of the context of what happened? You don't know anything about the mental illness state of the person. You don't know what the motive is, but just anger. It's reminding me of the October 7th, the babies in the heads, in the ovens, and they raped the women and they did all. So it's this excess of theater. Okay, but please go on with your insanely heroic story. I mean, you've been through so much, man, and I don't know who put that bandage over your head, but you got shot and you're doing pretty well. It was a high-powered caliber rifle that you got shot with. You're doing pretty good, but keep telling us what happened.
at a festival playing, and then all of a sudden it's absolute chaos. There's guns, fire everywhere, people ducking. It was absolute chaos. We didn't know what was happening, where the gunfire was coming from. I saw blood gushing in front of me. I saw people hit, saw people fall to the ground. My only concern was, where are my kids? Where are my kids? Where's my wife? Where's my family? I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last 13 years. We came here only 2 weeks ago to...
Whoa. If I'm the reporter, wait, hold on a second. You survived October 7th and then you fly to Australia. What? 2 weeks ago? What are you doing in Australia? What is going on here?
To work with the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism, to fight this bloodthirsty, ravaging hatred.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here.
So he asked you, that's why you're here. You came here to fight bloodthirsty Jew haters. That's why you took a trip from Israel to Australia after surviving October 7th. You come to Australia to fight bloodthirsty Jew haters. And then this happens.
You know, we've lived through worse. We're going to get through this, and we're going to get the bastards that did this.
Tell me, did you see the gunman?
We're going to get the bastards who did this. Well, you just saw the two gunmen. One of them got killed on the scene. The other one's in custody and critically injured. What do you mean we're going to get the bastards who did? What are you talking about? What bastards? What are you talking about?
I did. I saw at least one gunman firing. Looked like a shotgun, firing randomly in all directions. I saw children falling to the floor. So elderly. I saw invalids. I saw people just. It was an absolute bloodbath. Blood gushing everywhere. October 7th. That's the last time I saw this. I never thought I would see this in Australia, not in my lifetime.
On Bondi Beach?
On Bondi Beach, of all places, this iconic place.
Your children, your wife?
My children, my wife is safe, thank God. They're okay. They managed to get away. But I didn't know. I didn't know where they were, and there's nothing. There's no greater fear, no greater horror not knowing where your family is. They're okay. I'll be okay.
You're a legend. Thank you. And you don't know how you got shot?
Oh, here we go. Don't remember, dude, you're injured. So play the injury. You got to play the injury. Yeah, man, come on. Acting 101. Play the injury on the body and the intention. It's a lot. I know it's a lot to juggle when you're a novice, but he seems pretty good. He's really good.
Or hurt?
I know. I got hit in the head. I'm bleeding.
When I get hit in the head, like really bad by, like a punch or a high-powered caliber rifle, I tend to go like this. When someone says, "How's your head?" from being shot in the effing head, I go like this. Yeah, my head. I kind of do this like hard pat just to make sure that the bandage is still up there. Everything's okay. So he just, if you want to see, let's watch that part again. He just needs to make sure that everything is still put together right.
They're okay. I'll be okay.
You're a legend. Thank you. And you don't know how you got shot or hurt?
I know. I got hit in the head.
Yep. Rest the hand right on top of the injury of the rifle.
I'm bleeding.
You lost a lot of blood.
I've lost blood. There are people around me that are far worse. I'll be okay. We'll be okay as a community.
I'll be okay.
We will defeat these ravages of hatred.
Ravages of hatred. I'll be okay because somebody stuck a cloth around my skull. So I'm good. And I got, as you can see, I lost a lot of blood. I have little tiny stains, like if you spilled food on your shirt, ketchup stains. It kind of reminds me of that. A lot of blood. And like I said, I got somebody bandaged me up, so I'm good to go. And we're just going to leave the bullet lodged into my skull. That seems like the best thing to do because I'm kind of functional. I'm good. Family's safe. But we got to get the people who did this. Well, dude had another opportunity, I guess, before the injury. He wanted to make sure that the world knew that what he was participating in. He managed to get a selfie. Check it out. That's the dude. He made sure that he got his phone out and captured the moment where he barely survived not one, but two separate attacks by hate-filled Jew haters, which is why he came to Australia. So it all checks out perfectly. Nico House, friend of the show, also thinks it checks out perfectly, as he reports. One of Israel's top propagandists, who also happens to be on Netanyahu's legal defense team against the ICC, which he was, who also happened to survive October 7th, somehow ended up at this Hanukkah event in Bondi Beach, got shot in the head, and managed to survive. Why the F are we letting play in our faces like this? It is funny enough to have a crying, laughing emoji at this point. Nico House, good call there. But like I said, everything checks out really nicely. And this one's fun. I just got it. This one's really fun. This picture made some rounds. It's very interesting because there's people saying it's fake, it's AI. Other people ran it through. We saw people run this through an AI tester. It says, no, it's human. But either way, I just wanted to show it to you guys because this is the type, whether it's fake or not, we're on the fence about it. But, and then, I will show you that one of them did actually come up as totally legit. But I'm not going to say it's 100% legit, but it did seem to stir up, let's just say it stirred up some feathers here. But even if it's fake, the idea is that yes, there are handlers, there are people putting these things together, and whether this is real or not, it's the type of thing people are skeptical to think that this does happen, and this there's no other explanation. Again, whether this picture is real or not, this guy had been placed in position to tell the story he needed to tell and look the way he needed to look and have the background he needed to have, and it all happened exactly at the right time that it needed to happen. So I'll just for reference, here's one of the checks that happened with this picture, and it did, like I said, on some checks it checked out. Okay, so that's it. Again, we're not saying it without a doubt, real or not, but it is where people's minds are at, and rightfully so. This is where we need to be. We need to be thinking about this stuff because we know the mainstream isn't going to be showing any of this to us. So we're not done with the investigation on this one. Of course not. But make no mistake, our entire administration is 100% behind what Netanyahu is talking about, what Stop Anti-Semitism is talking about. So if you're sitting here on the sideline thinking, well, Netanyahu's crazy, yeah, this guy seems it's a little convenient. It's really horrible that these people died. Let's just not try to think about it. At least the people here in our country, they got their shit together, right? No, they don't. Did you guys know that Trump has assigned an anti-Semitism czar? Yes, he has. This new czar to stop anti-Semitism, he's literally called an anti-Semitism czar. He had something to say, and this is coming directly from President Trump. So whatever he says, our president, our administration is standing behind it 1,000%. Here's what Rabbi Yehuda Kaplon had to say. Again, appointed by Trump for U.S. anti-Semitism czar.
Is sending a very strong message. Think about it. Ironically, I get off a plane. I am the president's representative, and I am walking off with a yarmulke, and I have kosher food, and embassies will have kosher food. It is a game changer. The appointment is a game changer, and it's not about history. It's about education, and how do we educate? Indonesia has 350 million Muslims living in the country. How do we change their textbooks? How do we hold the people in Gaza accountable that if America is paying for UN textbooks and supposedly the changes are made, why are those textbooks not being used, and why are they using their old textbooks?
How do we hold the people in Gaza accountable? The big question everyone's asking. We got to start holding Gazans accountable, Palestinians accountable for their behavior. What are we going to do? Let's assign a czar. Let's do that. That seems like a good move at this point, Trump, right? Well, yeah, that's what he's saying. What an awesome opportunity. And that's what he's going to be working on. Let's see what else he has to say.
We have to teach people it's not okay to educate your kids to be a martyr. Okay? And we have to hold those countries accountable. How do we battle anti-Semitism on the internet? How are we doing better on algorithms? What companies can we work with? We are going to have a whole division within the office of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism that is going to work on technology and working with the greatest leaders in technology, many of whom are Jewish and have offered their assistance. The office is going to be revamped entirely to be one of the highest profile offices in the State Department, because that's what the secretary wants and that's what the president wants.
Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be the biggest, the greatest, biggest office we've ever had. You've never seen any office like this. It's the best. It's the best, the greatest anti-Semitism office. It's going to have extra lights and it's going to be so, you're going to want to be part of it. You're going to wish you were part of it. If you were part of another office, you're going to wish you were part of the anti-Semitism office. That's what he's saying. Why? Why such a focus on this? And why now? And you think this is just happening in our country too? Listen, this is happening everywhere. This is all over Europe. We have our European viewers. Have you guys heard from the British chief rabbi? Oh, there's a British chief rabbi. He's speaking up too. Let's see what he has to say.
Kind of thing we knew was inevitable. We were praying, hoping that it would never happen. But no surprise, because of the tone on the streets within our societies, with the hatred that is being expressed.
I love his cadence, right? So he could just say, the hatred of these horrible, horrible Free Palestine protesters. Look what they just want to kill and maim. And we know what they mean when they say from the river to the sea. We know what that means. We know what all their codes mean. We know everything's in code, because they don't actually do, because we commit acts of we commit crimes against humanity. You don't have to do code with us, right? But we have to dissect their codes. Their code, Free Palestine means murder Jews. That's what it means. And we're getting, with that nice cadence, right? He's getting to the bottom of it. Okay. As they're playing the latest, the Bondi attack right next to him. So he's coming to the rescue here.
To the Jewish state, to Jews and to Judaism. And therefore, what's happening around us is inspiring some people to translate hate speech into hate action. You know, my own story is not really so important. One of our children called me to say, have you heard? And then there were some agonizing hours, actually, to discover what really transpired. Who was this an attack on? Who was involved? Who was implicated? How many were dead? How many were injured? But deep down, we knew this was an attack on Jewish people for the sin of openly celebrating their Jewishness. Time and
So I just want to be clear. The global narrative, the Western media narrative, is that this was a conspiracy of Jew haters. That's the narrative. And remember, they call us conspiracy theorists, right? We're the conspiracy theorists. When we have another theory, which, yes, involves conspiring, because it's not one person. That's the point. Nobody is saying it's one person who had a mental illness breakdown. Actually, nobody's saying that. Both sides are saying that it was a conspiracy, but we're always supposed to believe the one that helps the state the best. That's the one we're supposed to believe. And then that becomes just totally normal to just, and immediately they say this immediately. This is what happened. It was a conspiracy to commit hate crime. Everybody that was there's all these people that were in on it. Everybody that hates Jews worldwide, they got together in their secret caves and they figured it out. As George Bush once said, we're going to smoke them out of the caves. This idea that they're all meeting in these dark, like evil layers, right? The evil, the super villains meeting in the. Remember the super villains? They always meet in the swamp. Remember that cartoon? The superheroes have the Hall of Justice. It looks all nice and fancy. The villains, they we're going to meet in the swamp. We're going to meet in the swamp. That feels right? We're not. Make sure you bring your dark colors. Everything. We're going to have the lights really, really dim when we plan what we're doing. So it's the league of super villains. So they have that conspiracy all ready to go, and we're supposed to just believe it and not do any of our own work on this. But make no mistake, one thing we agree on: a conspiracy happened, all right. Just which one is more likely? Which one is more plausible? And which one of the two conspiracies is just the one that makes the more sense as far as who benefited the most from it? So let's hear a little more what this this very suave talking cadence, very well put together. What do you have to say next?
Time again, that's what we have experienced. But you know what? We saw those scenes at Bondi Beach, far more people than the first night, and that's how it's going to be here in the UK and right around the world. We're strong, we're tenacious, and we will celebrate our faith without fear.
You said there about hate speech being translated into action. And I just wondered if you could expand a bit on that. There has been some criticism, obviously, of the Australian political response to it, but particularly here in the United Kingdom, what is your message to political leaders, to the Prime Minister?
We have to crack down on hate speech in a far more forceful and emphatic way than we previously have been doing. By the way,
and that's what this is about. It's about cracking down on hate speech, because hate speech really is code for murdering more Jews. That's the messaging. And that's why. So who benefits from this? We know who benefits from this. It's as Israel's image, global image falls, and it's fallen, and they know it's fallen. They have to ramp up these events, these staged events. Now, look, obviously people died. We're not saying that they didn't die. That's what we actually are saying. They're willing to sacrifice their own people for what we say the greater good. We know they did this on October 7th. That's a fact. It's called the Hannibal Directive. This is not some wild idea. This is what they've admitted on record. This is what they do. It's in their creed. It's what they do. You sacrifice what you need to do to get to the goal, whatever that goal is, which is continue the whatever this Israel project is, this greater Israel project. That's what this is about. In order to continue on path, you got to get the world population, even though they look down on Israel now for all their horrible crimes. You create these intense situations that are shocking, they're scary, they're confusing, and it allows them to do just a little bit more crackdown on free speech. What they call hate speech, it's crackdown on free speech. That's what we're dealing with. So what can we do about this? What can we do about this? Well, we can only keep asking the right questions. Here's a perfectly good question to ask, which you guys know we certainly asked right away, and we got answers right away. What am I talking about? Talking about Google search. Google search. Why is Google search important? It was important for Charlie Kirk. You guys saw what happens when you find where there's been words that people type in before an incident happens. So what word would have gotten people's attention? Well, let's see. A day before the incident, what did we have here? We had Naveed Akram. We had him actually Googled 100 times just hours before the incident. Why would that happen? That's weird. By the way, it was all in Israel, specifically Tel Aviv. But in this chart, you see Israel is where 100, see the big circle? 100 times that the son, the shooter that's still alive, his name was Googled 100 times in Tel Aviv, hours before the incident. Is that a coincidence? Is that normal? Well, if it's normal, then if you go to Google Trends right now, Google Trends, it's called, I misspelled it. It's not a Google search. It's Google Trends. It's an actual function of Google, Google Trends. If this is totally normal, nothing to see here, then why is it that when you go to Google Trends right now, this is no longer there? Why do they feel the need to scrub information on the internet from the past? Because this is now, we're moving ahead. We're not looking backwards. We're moving ahead. Why is it scrubbed now? Why would they scrub it if this is perfectly normal? Because this isn't perfectly normal. That is completely why. That is why. And we talk about the crisis actors. We know that there's a need for crisis actors. That's the other stuff. I thought this was important. If you ask AI, is crisis acting production industry, is it growing? Yes. AI says it's growing. The crisis acting production industry is experiencing growth, particularly in the context of the broader film and television landscape. Following significant disruptions caused by the dual strikes in 2023, the industry is adapting and evolving. Here are some key points about current states and growth trends. And so that they're referring to the SAG strike and the WGA strike. So they're telling us, yes, there's opportunity for actors to be recruited to be what? What do we call this? It's called crisis acting. And if you go over to the other slide here, global expansion. So for actors, including crisis actors, as productions seek cost-effective solutions. This is outside of our industry in Hollywood. This is globally. I wonder who would be needing these actors. I wonder. And it says at the bottom, it says overall, while challenges remain, particularly regarding job stability and income for many actors, the crisis acting sector is part of a dynamic and evolving industry that is finding new ways to thrive. Wow, that's so interesting. It's an up and coming industry. All you actors out there, you pay attention because there might actually be a job in it for you. Because why stop now? Why not keep going? They should really just keep doing this because it seems to be working on a lot of the world. It seems to be working. But let's just make no mistake on this because this is not going to be the last time we cover false flags. And I just want to assure you guys that it's our job to ask these questions. We can say it looks like a false flag. I'd rather be wrong about that up front than wait 22, 23 years to say, oh shit, 9/11 looks like it was something that we were not told. It's never too soon to ask these questions. Never too soon. False flag is a horrific staged event blamed on a political enemy and used as a pretext to start a war or enact draconian laws in the name of national security. So if you didn't know the definition, write this down. This is a definition. This is a definition. A lot of people didn't know what false flag means. They think it means that the whole thing was fabricated and nobody actually died. That's why Alex Jones got in trouble. Alex Jones got in trouble for having an interview about Sandy Hook, where they called it a false flag. Oh, how dare you say no one got murdered? No, that's not. False flag means that the event is planned. And like we said with the Hannibal Directive, sometimes there are certain countries that have no problem sacrificing a few lives to get a greater agenda served. And we see it over and over. So we're going to continue to ask these questions when we see these things go down. We're going to continue to do that. And that's it. That's how we do it. That's it. Hey, listen, I just want to say, I noticed in the chat, we got the Rumble raid from Due Dissidents. Welcome everyone from Due Dissidents. Thanks for being part of the Homeless Left. We love that you guys are here with us. Don't forget to hit the like and also the subscribe if you haven't done so. We are all in the same space here. We love what the DD boys are doing. And we're here to do the same. Critical thinking, investigation, covering all the day's events, world events, current events as best as we can here on the Homeless Left. So the subscribe button helps us because you guys can then be notified when we go live. We're usually on twice a week on Tuesdays, Thursdays, all throughout the afternoon. So thanks for being with us. Okay. With that said, we got to move on with the next story. Let's make sure I covered this right. We have yes. Okay. Yeah, those comments did not come up in StreamYard yet, but they usually, it's really weird how they're late sometimes on this. Okay. No worries. So I just welcome everyone who got rated. We got rated by Due Distance. Thank you. Okay. Let's get on to the next story. It's time for an Erika Kirk update. Okay, let me load this one up for you guys. We've been covering this one, guys. You know that we've been covering this story, and there's some new stuff went down. Let me go ahead and throw the correct files up here. Give me 1 second. Oh, in the meantime, you guys can go ahead and throw some comments up too. We actually will be engaging with you more later in the show with a talking back segment where we actually will reply to you guys in real time live on the show. Let me find this one. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. We are doing Erika Kirk update. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So over the weekend, a 60-minute interview took place. This one is on CBS. We know the state of CBS. It's not a news channel. It never really was a news channel. At least for several decades, it's never been a news channel. The problem is the recent appointee, Barry Weiss, who's now solidified CBS as not just a propaganda machine, a theater machine. It's basically just fake news. It's theater. It's Hollywood. But more than that, it becomes a mouthpiece specifically for Israel and Israel's agenda. And that's what CBS is right now, which we know because who? Because Larry Ellison and his son, who are buying up all of these media companies, including CBS, CNN, Paramount TV, and all the rest, working on a WB hostile takeover as well. So Barry Weiss was bragging about this interview with none other than Erika Kirk, the big 60 minutes. She did a little tease about it before the weekend, and she goes, the whole thing's going to be put out there. And she did one more sit down about it, how great this interview is going to be. Let's take a look at her messaging about what we need to look for when we're watching this full interview. Spoiler alert, we didn't even watch the whole 60 minutes. I couldn't stand it, but we have some interesting clips we're going to show you from the interview. But this is Barry Weiss setting the table and introducing new terms to us about what we need to apply when we see Erika Kirk talk. There's some new vocabulary terms. So get out your notes and take notes, guys, because these are important terms coming up.
3 months ago. If you go on the internet, and frankly, it has leapt beyond the internet now into real life, and you talk to many seemingly sane people, they do not believe that the 22-year-old named Tyler Robinson that has been arrested and charged with his murder is the actual murderer.
Who did they think? Yeah.
They believe any number of theories. They believe that Erika Kirk was his Mossad handler and that he was killed by a foreign government. They believed that she was tracked by Egyptian planes. They believe that the rings on her hand are signs of Illuminati. The theories themselves are absurd. What matters is that, because she speaks about this in the interview, the brain rot that social media is allowing to spread, the way that it is detaching us from humanity, from our ability to talk to one another and our ability to discern the truth from just out and out lies, is something that is incredibly important as a theme, I think.
That's what
So brain rot, that's your new vocabulary term for the day, guys. Get it into the lexicon, get it into your vocabulary. Brain rot. Brain rot, according to Barry Weiss, means that you're asking too many questions, because we're just going to take those questions and turn them against you and make them sound ridiculous. And then everyone was going to laugh at you. And that means that you're a victim of brain rot and you need to get the brain rot out. So, of course, Erika sits down with Barry Weiss and she mimics this language during the interview.
Hate. It's evil. Charlie and I have always been very clear on our stance. Israel, Jewish people. It's awful. Awful. Anti-Semitism is what healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? What healing factor comes out of hating Christians? What healing factor comes out? Hate in general. Nothing.
What hate are you talking about? We're trying to, people want to get to the bottom of who killed your husband. How is that equivalent with hate? What are you talking about? They want to get to the bottom of it. They might disagree with who did it. Where is hate coming from? What are you talking about? What is the hate? What is this brain rot, as Barry Weiss instructed you to say?
Nothing. Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot.
There it is.
He would always say it.
There it is.
We've been to Israel twice together. And to be able to walk in the place where our Lord walked and see the Bible come to life in Technicolor, how could you hate that place? How could you hate the Jewish people?
Very bizarre. And we've been looking at Erika's behavior in all of these incidences where she's been doing the rounds, bringing up Candace, sometimes not by name, sometimes by name. We're starting to think that a lot of this, what we're seeing from her, isn't so much that she's going through these acting classes and trying to, we talk about when she does the sniffling and the crying, and you got to work on your crying, and her crying actually has gotten better. I actually have to say, like soap opera-y. She went from like kind of novice actress to you might be good on a soap opera, not an Academy Award performance in a film, but this kind of it's time to pose with the tissue and do the snip. Okay, so you've gotten those gestures down, but there could be something a little more diabolical happening here, besides that she's being trained or coached, or here's the language you're going to use and we're going to stage. There might be something else a little more diabolical. So let's look at this. Somebody put this together. I know there's been others covering this. I know Jimmy Dore did something on this. Looking at her face, what is actually happening here when she's sitting down with Barry Wise? Is this instruction, or does she have something internally, that something very dark and disturbing internally seems to be coming out of her? You be the judge here.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
I'm just pausing. This glare. Is she glaring at Barry right now? She's getting, and I'm just saying, like, from an actor, this would be considered a much better, more fine-tuned performance. I mean, again, we were mocking her earlier about the tissues and all this stuff, and I even said soap opera worthy, but something else is happening here. There's something dark going on. So either she's now learning how to become this, I don't know, this evil character that she's worked on, or is this something really organic coming out of her? What is this?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
It's strange. It's really strange. And so she also took questions. Hold on there. There we go. She took questions from the audience, a lot of staged situations, even brought in the guy, I'm not even going to play it for you guys. It's kind of dull, but every one of these moments is designed to get whatever's left of a CBS audience, get them to kind of be on board with the idea that anybody like a Candace Owens out there who has questions that we've already answered. We already told you it was Tyler Robertson. We already told you how he was able to take the gun apart, put it back on, take it apart. We already told you how he changed his outfits again, changes it again. We already told you that he likes to tell his entire plan to his furry roommate, boyfriend, whoever it was. He likes to unfold, just basically show the entire paper trail, what he did. We already told you these things. We told you that you don't need to see the Turning Point taking the SIM card away from the camera. We didn't need to tell you all the shady behavior from the security team. We don't need to tell you about the cell phones traced to Israel. We don't need to tell you. We already figured it out. We already told you that not to ask those questions. So those things will not be talked about. But what does Candace Owens do? We covered it earlier that Candace was basically seemingly sabotaged from doing an actual sit down with Turning Point. That's what it looked like. And then it seems that when this aired, this 1 hour interview on CBS aired on Saturday, there needed to be some damage control because people weren't buying it. the people asking the questions. They even brought back the guy that asked the last question before Charlie was killed. They brought him back to ask a question. It's very awkward, very weird, very overly defensive about all these things. It seems that CBS kind of misstepped with this. The audience isn't fully buying it, and that's good. So what kind of what would damage control look like? Well, perhaps it was time that Erika and Candace actually had a conversation. Actually, just the two of them. So we saw this story break. This seemed like it might have been good news. This seems like good news on the surface, but there's more. Let's see. So this is what, if you guys didn't hear, this was breaking like just a day ago or a day and a half ago from Project Constitution. Breaking bombshell. Candace and Erika to meet face-to-face Monday in person. So this was yesterday. So they postponed the TPUSA stream pending the outcome of the meeting. After weeks of heated accusations, denials, and suspiciously timed and insincere TPUSA invitations for Candace to join their December 15th live stream. You guys remember that one? The one where they did a bait and switch on her so she couldn't make it. And then said, oh, she's the one that didn't want to do it. They finally had this meeting set for yesterday. So Candace then confirmed this. I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. Erika followed up. Both sides have now put all public tweets, live streams, and statements on hold until after this face-to-face sit-down, except for the fact that Turning Point has a whole team, and they continue to, just so you guys know, they broke that. They continue to stream, and they continue to talk shit on Candace during this last 24 hours, during Monday, while they were in this discussion. Well, here are the results. And again, like one side's allowed to break it, the other side isn't. So Candace didn't, no contact with us at all. She went off the grid for 24 hours. And this is the first thing we heard back from her, was this tweet. And now this is where we're very disturbed here at the Homeless Left. Candace Owens says, Erika and I had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. We agree on much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel. Really, you were able to share intel and clarify intent. I will, of course, have a full rundown for you all tomorrow. That's today. I haven't seen it yet. If any of our viewers have seen an update on this from Candace, haven't seen anything yet, but she's going to have a whole rundown, and she's currently exhausted, so she's sleeping it off, but she wanted to quickly let us know that absolutely nothing was held back, and the immediate result was that tensions were thawed. Now, what can we do with this? How is Candace so excited about how this went? 4.5 hours. What happened in that meeting? Is this the moment that Candace her mind is set right? Is this the moment that the threat finally caught up with her? Could that be it? I mean, that doesn't sound good. What else could it have been? I'd say best case scenario, very, very, very low chance of this happening. Best case scenario, she got Erika's mind right. That would be best case. That's a very overly hopeful scenario where Erika all of a sudden realizes that she's being used as a pawn, and Candace shined a light on that and broke her entire argument down. Here's everything we know about your husband. Here's everything we know about leading up to there. Here's all the text messages. Here's all the shady FBI doings. Here's all the shady security happenings. Here's all of the tampering of this and bait and switch on that. Here's all the Netanyahu stuff. Here's all the money. She needs to know about the money. Obviously, I mean, she obviously knows about it, but let's pretend that she was an innocent player. And Candace spent 4.5 hours telling Erika all of the deception, all of the shady ass secret accounts, money being laundered into that account. We've seen the whole thing. All the work Candace has done, which is real journalism, by the way. Real journalism. Getting to the bottom of this. As much as people like to say, oh, Candace hasn't shown any receipts. She certainly has. We've seen the money being moved. We saw money taken out of the Turning Point's bank account and put into another account that's called something kind of similar, but not that. And Charlie wasn't part of that. We saw all that. Is that what she means by we aligned on some stuff? Clarified intent, shared in. Is that the intel, Candace? So that's option one. Erika changed Candace's mind with whatever threat. So Candace is cool now. She's not going to, she stops. Option two, best option. Erika has now been enlightened with what's really going on. No, I think it might be the third option. What do you guys think the third option is? Maverick X kind of just says it all. Like in case you haven't figured it out yet, Erika Kirk and Candace Owens are just actors. It's all a distraction. Out of those three options, yeah, this is probably the most likely one. And why? What would serve their interest if this was the likely outcome? It keeps us distracted with a feud, with a good guy versus bad guy. You got Team Erika, you got Team Candace. And maybe that's what they pulled off for the last 3 months. And we identify with Team Candace because everything she was saying. It's not to take away from all of the work. The work is real, but the feud is fake. The feud keeps us in a little camp where we have to defend a person and kind of trick us into hero worshiping. We don't do hero worshiping here, but we start to make one person the thing, right? Like this, the Team Candace, save Candace, free Candace. So you guys know the whole team thing. What team are you on? You like the underdog, root for the underdog. So it becomes about her. And in this fake WWE battle, right? That's what they were able to do. Even though everything Candace is saying is accurate, we're all in this little ring, right? This big fight. It's a big fight. But guess what? Backstage, those wrestlers who just clobbered each other in the ring, they're drinking a beer backstage. They're having a good old time. They're on their painkillers, recovering from their their injuries, and they're going out for a drink after. It's all good. And it kind of reminds me of the Obama and Trump laughing it up after the election. That kind of stuff. So we might have been played here. We might have actually been played. That's it. So that's all we got here. Now, look, again, the work is important. We are absolutely grateful that there's people doing the work. We're not the only ones. It still needs to be done. We still need to ask these questions. Barry Weiss still runs an organization that is worse than an entertainment company. It is a propaganda machine. Propaganda for Greater Israel Project and the Western War Machine. That's what CBS is. And that's what all these other networks are becoming as well. The ones I said earlier. So this fight is still important. Okay. And we'll obviously stay on it, you guys. And I hope there's a small chance it's number 2, but I think we're looking at number 3. Okay. That should do it for this topic. We're going to be right back here in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with Fiorella Isabel in just a few. And we're going to be looking at some Russia, Ukraine, and some World War III action. Be right back, guys. See you soon. All right, welcome back, guys, to the Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. If you're just joining us, you've missed a little bit of the show, but you haven't missed everything. We're actually going to be on for a couple more hours, straight through the afternoon for you guys, wherever you're watching us from. We have viewers, I guess, all sorts of countries all over the world, different time zones, but we're here on the West Coast. We're doing a live from you guys from the West Coast all afternoon here in LA. We've had a lot of action here in LA, so we're trying to get to as much as content as we can today. And we're only on twice a week for you guys that are just stumbling on us. It's Tuesdays and Thursdays. We usually go straight through the afternoon. We're going to be bringing in our guest correspondent here in just a moment. And we're going to be tackling some Russia-Ukraine activity because that isn't done. What? That's weird. I thought Trump said he was going to solve Ukraine, end the war in the first 24 hours. Well, it's been almost a year, and no, it has not been solved. Shockingly, because if you took bets on that, you'd be out some money right now. That's all I got to say about that. So just to remind you guys where you can tune in for us. If you guys are on Rumble, welcome. Welcome to the Homeless Left on Rumble. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. This is our main channel. This is the channel that doesn't take our content down. It leaves it up. And so we leave all of our content up. We leave all of every live stream. This is like our 150 something episode. They're all there. We stand behind all our work. We don't take it down unless they take it down for us, which does happen on YouTube. YouTube likes to take content down. They like to give us punishments, strikes, shadow banning, all that stuff. And then they give us emails and tell us that our content is too dangerous for the community. So we started a new one. This is the new one, THL Presents on YouTube. So we appreciate you guys tuning in on either of those two. It's totally fine. If you're more of an ex-Twitter person, we're on both Matt Weinglass and the Homeless Left right now. So we're multi-streaming. Thanks for being here. And let's just say this, guys. What we do here on this channel, we report the news, we conduct investigations, we have analysis of current events, we do debates. You guys have seen us. We have people come on, we do little back and forth, sometimes heated, sometimes more chill. But that's what we do here. We investigate, we analyze, we have friendly discourse sometimes. But the point is that we try to learn as we go, and we try to always stay curious in our investigation. You're not going to get that type of an investigation on a mainstream media news outlet. You're just not. That's not their job. It's not like they're not good at doing what we're doing. That's just not their job. Their job is to do top-down instructions, tell you what to think, tell you what to feel. They're given the instruction from above them, and they have their overlords they have to account to. They are the people holding them accountable, not us. So they don't care about us as viewers. We care about you as viewers because you guys make us exist. Like it's you guys. We don't have Pfizer sending us checks. We don't have Raytheon sending us checks. So we don't get the email from the network that tells us this is how we're going to cover the Bondi incident. This is how we're going to cover Russia, Ukraine. This is how we're going to cover Israel and going after anti-Semitism and hate speech. No, we're going to cover it the way we see fit because it's going to be based on our critical thinking skills. And we want you guys, we urge you guys to start using yours again, because a lot of us were suppressed with our own skills, our own ability to think and reason and logic over these last several years. Because why? Because we ended up in a tribe that told us the boxes that we needed to check to be in that club. And those boxes included not asking questions. Just shut up and deal with it. We have to beat the bad guy. They're really bad. Don't worry about what we're doing. They're worse than us. So shut up, stay in line. And if you ask a question, you're helping the other team. We're sick of that. That's not what we do. What we do is we push back. And there's consequences for that. What are the consequences? Well, for example, relationships. Relationships suffer. Why? That doesn't make sense. Why would that happen? If we're opening up our brains and our skills, why would relationships suffer? Because people who are stuck in that matrix, stuck in that tribe, they don't want to see the conversations happening. They don't want to hear what we're doing. They get angry. And as a result, your personal relationships might be affected. So what do we do about that? We continue to learn skills right here during this time, and other shows too. We're not the only ones here. We understand this. Now, we call this the Homeless Left. It's a space for everyone. You don't have to check a box to get into our space. The only box is that you're willing to come in with your critical thinking skills, take off those tribal goggles, and ask questions. That's it. That's all you got to check. We don't care your ideology. We don't care where you're from. We're happen to be from the left. You could be from anywhere else. Doesn't matter. Whatever the left has become, we don't even know what it is anymore. We're homeless from it. That's the thing. We're homeless from the left. and you might be homeless from somewhere else. But what do we do? So now we're here. Now what? We do the work. We watch hours of footage. You guys are probably also watching your own stuff as well. You're not just sitting here waiting for us to tell you. But whatever the case may be, we want to give you guys the tools you need to perhaps repair some of these relationships. That might be a thing. Repair those relationships. You might see a segment that we have and go, that looks like a conversation starter with a relative, somebody who said, don't come to Thanksgiving, don't come to Christmas a year ago or 2 years ago, whatever. Now we're at the holidays again. Maybe this is the moment you reach out again. You say, hey, I thought you'd be interested in this. Let's have a conversation. I'm curious what you might think about this. That's always a good one. I'm curious your thoughts. And you send the segment. So we have these segments available for you. You don't just have to share the 5-hour shows or the 4-hour shows. You guys can go to the topic that you think might be a conversation starter. Then what? So you repaired a relationship, maybe, maybe not. But what is the ultimate goal? That we have conversations, that we learn the skills to argue these talking points, the ones that they're told, they're given their instructions from those propagandists that they watch on TV. And they're given like I said, the overlords those people work for, the Anderson Coopers, the Rachel Maddows, the Sean Hannitys, you know those people. They're given their top-down instructions, and then that's why your family and friends have those ready to go. So you use those skills that we are trying to, utilize here in this space, and you can use those in your conversations and have pushback and have, did you think of this? Or what about that? And they might not know, and they won't know. There's stuff they just won't know because the media, mainstream media, is not going to share it with them. So that's what we're doing here. So we do this together. It's not just for entertainment and education. It's for action. It's for proaction. We're proactive here, and we hope you guys can be too. Okay. With that said, let's move on to our next topic. Actually, it's a good transition because we're going to be talking about a topic that I would say for the last 3 years, it was exactly this model of top-down instruction. What flag to put in your social media profile? What was that flag 3 years ago? It's still up in a lot of people I know here in LA. What was that flag? Was it colored a little blue, a little yellow, little blue yellow combo? You still see that flag up in people's social? Well, they were told to do that. They were told to care about yet another foreign entity that they were told we need to give money to, with no, there's no accountability with a unlimited funds, unlimited bank account that just keeps going and going. For what? Because we got to stop Putin from taking over the world. And that was the messaging 3 years ago. It still is now. In fact, it's gotten back to that original intensity. We're actually back to that now, and we're going to break down some of what is happening right now. And again, you're not getting this on mainstream outlets. That's why we're here, and that's why happy to have our guest correspondent back with us on the Homeless Left. Please welcome back to the show. You know her, you love her. It's Fiorella Isabel.
Hey, Matt. Long time no see.
Long time. How you doing? You're in Moscow right now, yes?
Yes, I am. I'm in Moscow for now.
For now. Okay. You're always moving. You're always yeah, you're never sitting still. And I like that about you. You always got something happening. So I appreciate you taking a little moment here with us, to check in here, because I know we're on way different time frames and a lot of different stuff happening. So thank you.
Sure.
Okay. So yeah, no. So let's look at what's happening here right now. NATO. It seems that NATO has buckled down in their verbiage, I would say, and how they're talking to European leaders right now, and with this kind of fear factor, threatening, you better be in this for the long run. We're hearing language that reminds me of how this was 3 years ago. Russia, Putin is set on invading, expanding. Your country's next if we don't keep giving unlimited funds to Ukraine, which we don't have. But by God, we're gonna keep going because we can't lose. Because if we stop, you're all going to be affected. And it seems like it's getting to that threatening point. So here is a NATO leader basically threatening European countries right now about what Putin's about to do.
We need to be ready Because at the end of this first quarter of the 21st century, conflicts are no longer fought at arm's length. Conflict is at our door. Russia has brought war back to Europe, and we must be prepared for the scale of war our grandparents and great-grandparents endured. Imagine it, a conflict reaching every home, every workplace. Destruction, mass mobilization, millions displaced, widespread suffering and extreme losses. It is a terrible thought. But if we deliver on our commitments, this is a tragedy we can prevent. NATO is here to protect 1 billion people on both sides of the Atlantic. Our mission is to protect you, your families, your friends, and your future.
So yes, he's saying our mission is to protect you from what? From Putin, who is set on taking over all of Europe and expanding, which we know is not true. And if you don't cooperate, in other words, if you don't continue to figure out how to give us $1 billion a month for a money laundering operation, then you're screwed, and it's going to be violence in your neighborhood. You're going to be seeing the wrath of Putin. That's what's happening here? Is this working, Fee? Are people listening to this garbage?
I would say no. I mean, what we can clearly see is that Russia is fully intent on ending the war. And I know we've had this discussion before on Truthwire and on your show as well. I firmly believe that the Russians actually want to achieve peace with the United States, and they look at the Trump administration as far more willing to do that than the Biden administration. Whether they're right or wrong about how they feel about them, that's how they look at it, right? And I think what's happening right now, which I think people can clearly see, is that the EU is taking the fall as being the problem. The EU is in a much worse economic position right now as a bloc. The EU really didn't get anything except more turmoil and just economic chaos and people protesting that they no longer want to be a part of this. I mean, the Finns were protesting that they were losing money at the Russian border because the government decided to close the border. And I used to travel. It was easier to travel from Russia. So from Moscow to St. Petersburg and then through Finland, you would take a bus. And that was open for a while. And then when it was closed, it really ruined a lot of people's lives in terms of the work. And so a lot of these people are protesting. So not only are the EU citizens unhappy, but pretty much everybody sees it for what it is. This is a lost cause for Europe. And we know that the United States engineered this war. We know that the United States is acting now as a mediator to a war that they themselves began. That's obvious to anyone who has followed this. But at the same time, Donald Trump is approaching this as he is the peace negotiator. He's the one that's bringing peace all over the world. Is it genuine? I mean, I wouldn't believe that this would be genuine. The reality is Russia has emerged as a powerful player in the global political world, in the economic world. They have come out of this, I wouldn't say unscathed, because domestically there are always going to be some issues in terms of how the economy has affected people, but on a global market, they haven't felt the wrath of sanctions the way the West wanted them to feel. On the other hand, Europe has faltered and failed. So no, this isn't really working for anybody, but Europe has gone so far deep into this that they have pretty much no choice but to keep up with a facade. And they have been pushing to continue freezing the Russian assets that were stolen. Yeah. And the Polish Prime Minister Tusk recently said, well, that's just going to make things, he frankly said it. I don't think he necessarily meant to, but that this is just going to make things worse. And it's true. What's interesting is you're seeing the dynamic of closeness between the United States and Russia emerge versus the United States and the EU, which is pretty much they're no longer on the same page. At least that's what they're trying to portray right now.
So when we saw that initial peace deal that was drafted, and it wasn't, I mean, they called it a deal. It was more like a deal. I would say a deal memo, because it had some stuff on there that looked okay. especially the part where, and Trump had done this meeting, this was back in a few weeks back. It was in Alaska, I think they met, I believe. And he said there was something specifically on there that said Ukraine won't join NATO. And I was like, oh, he's at that moment, I was like, oh, this could be looking good. Of course, when that went back to Zelensky in Ukraine, that was taken out. So this like 28-point plan was knocked down to like 19. Where are we now in this plan? Is this like a joke now of a plan? They're basically saying to Russia, it's exactly the thing that we were saying before you came in. Is that what they expect him to say yes to? What does it look like now? How many more items have been removed from this?
Well, so what it looks like now is we really don't know for sure, because Russia has stated, and they keep this very close to the chest, they don't really loudly talk about things. In fact, Kirill Dmitriev is the only one that talks about a lot of things on X, and I've talked about him at length, and he's a very interesting guy. But when it comes to Zelensky, time's up. Zelensky basically has to go, and I think that is part of the deal. I think it's not something that's outright being said by everybody, but Zelensky has to be replaced, and Trump has advocated being a mediator and holding elections for Ukraine, which means Zelensky is gone. And we knew that Zelensky's time, like the time of any puppet, will come to an end, and I think that's part of it. Now, the latest thing that we know is that Zelensky's desire to join NATO, he's come down to reality a little bit. He's saying he's accepting the fact that the Kiev bid to join NATO isn't going to happen, but he's still hoping that there's going to be some sort of foreign military protection, some foreign military type of detachments, along with the security guarantees he's talking about. And what this basically means is that Zelensky has given in, that Zelensky understands. He's been told, like, you need to understand what's going on here. You need to understand where we're at. The reason why this is actually, I think, the furthest and the more legitimate peace talks that we have seen is because of the movements that have happened here in Moscow and in the United States. We just had Jared Kushner and what's his name, Stephen Witkoff here, and they were not only given like tours and treated very well, but the thing was serious. The conversations were serious. They were having interactions that were actually real interactions in terms of deals to how to make this happen. And the primary mechanism for Moscow to do this is an economic gain. Moscow, as I've said many times, is a pragmatic player. They want to achieve economic expansion. They don't necessarily, of course, like we're told by NATO, want to go into Europe and take it over. I mean, they don't want that mess. They never have. They don't need it. What they want is to have good relationships with everybody. And the fact that they are a major player in BRICS doesn't mean that BRICS means in total opposition. It just means an alternative where there's multiple powers at play. So they're not looking at this as like, oh, we're going to destroy the Western agenda. We're going to go to war with the West forever. That's not how the Kremlin thinks about things. Perhaps the military feels differently about these deals. And I've seen, their opinions be entirely different towards Dmitriev and towards these negotiations than, say, like the Kremlin. But in terms of what Putin and the Kremlin are pushing, they're pushing to have open diplomatic relations with the United States. They want economic expansion. They want these deals in Alaska. They want these deals in the Donbass. They're looking at all of this, minerals and resources. And so that has been talked about since February at every single turn. So what we're seeing now is the culmination of all those points. And I don't think we're going to go back to stage one where that's not going to happen. It's a shit show. It's a done deal. The reality is I think we're going to move forward from here into the new year, because as much as Zelensky wants whatever he wants, everybody sees that this is a done deal. On the battlefield, Russia has already taken so much territory, and I think Russia will be willing to give some concessions on the newer land that they've taken, which was part of the points, but they're not going to concede on Crimea. They're not going to concede on Donbass, Lugansk, etc.
So if it was just the negotiation part of this and that was it, I would be 100% as hopeful on this as it sounds like you're more hopeful than I've seen you this whole time, Fiorella. So that's good. However, this is good. But aside from the negotiations, we're seeing propaganda like this being spewed about Putin, they're claiming he's inching towards the West. What is going on here? This is total. So this is next day. Russia masses troops near NATO. Germany warns of a direct threat. Russia has deployed around 360,000 troops near NATO borders, according to German lawmaker and defense expert Roderick Kaiswetter. Speaking on NTV, he said the forces consist of 2 army corps stationed in Belarus, capable of striking NATO countries. Okay, so he's just talking. This doesn't seem like there's any accuracy here. Well, here I followed up with this from the Islander. Russia didn't move closer to NATO. NATO marched 1,000 miles east, and now pretends geography is an act of aggression. Let's begin with that the farce that we're supposed to swallow 360,000 Russian troops near NATO borders. No satellite imagery. Yeah, so where's the proof? He's just saying, these are just words. No official confirmation, no force structure breakdown, just a German politician on television pointing out a number like it fell from the sky. This isn't intelligence, it's projection, delivered with a hysterical, Russia-phobic glare and masquerading as analysis. How can we compete with this if this is the type of garbage that a lot of people in the West, a lot of people seeing this on these random mainstream outlets, they're going to buy this and they're going to say he's doing the thing. We told you, Putin wants to take over the world. He's doing it. What's Trump doing? What is this negotiation? We just need to stop him. How do we respond to this?
So there's 2 things going on here. This is what I kind of want to get to. There's what Europe is doing and what the United States is doing. And it's not even that I'm optimistic. It's just that I'm looking at the movements here and what they are legitimately, what they're legitimately doing. Of course, it would be convenient for me that this war would end, but I'm actually a little bit more worried about how, what that means. Any sort of treaty with the United States, we know, has never ended well for Russia. This is historically in the long run. In the short run, though, however, what we're seeing here is there's 2 relationships right now: Russia and the United States, and Russia and the EU. And these are very different relationships. Russia looks at the EU as a elitist, liberal, like demonic type of society. They don't like what they're doing. They don't like their politics. They don't like that they're constantly accusing Russia, that they're pretty much pouring gasoline on something that isn't true. And they're trying to lead with that. And in a way, what it seems like is going on is the United States is like, all right, well, this is on you. You guys deal with that if you want to support Ukraine. This is what Trump has been saying all along. And it's not necessarily that it's true that the United States isn't in one way or another involved, but it's the fact of the perception, the idea that Europe is going to be the one to take the fall, that if Europe wants to continue doing this, that's fine. But how does that make Europe look? It makes them look absolutely ridiculous because it's not feasible. They cannot go toe-to-toe with Russia. And I think a lot of this is fear-mongering. Is it possible, for example, that there is a false flag attack, that Europe does something to go after Russia? Absolutely. But it really isn't convenient for the people who hold the most money and the most power, because right now it is much more beneficial towards where we're going in terms of the global capitalist rat race for resources and minerals as we're entering the 4th Industrial Revolution. This is going to touch on every single global conflict that's out there right now. It is much more useful for cooperation to happen economically for the United States with Russia. They're stronger. They've proven themselves as a military power, as an economic power. They've proven this sort of alliance that Kirill Dmitriev is leading with, this Christian nation. We're a Christian nation. We're the ones that are like the United States. We want to have this friendship. I don't think that's done just out of nothing. The Russians don't put out things unless they want people to see them. And so what they're doing is they're purposely, what you're seeing is a unity of the American Trump administration and Putin's administration pretty much mocking and making fun of the EU and what they're saying. And we know the EU can't very well function without the United States.
Yeah.
They're that maybe at one point they could, but now they're basically like completely weakened. And so, yeah, while all of this is being said, you're like, what's going on here? If this is really happening, this peace thing, then how could this happen with Europe, right? So it's something Russia has to really watch out, because the United States, as always, is duplicitous. Washington has always, given one face forward and then done something else behind the back. And this is something, when going into these negotiations, I would be very wary of looking at the fine print, because you don't want another repeat of everything that's happened before, right? You don't want endless Minsk Accords that do nothing to protect Russia. And notice how they use Belarus in this, because Belarus, of course, with Lukashenko, have been the ones that have also been attacked because of the relationship between Lukashenko and Vladimir Putin, and how they've refused to condemn Russia. And so what I think is happening here is the EU is being left out in the open as the fall people, the fall guys, right? Like this is what's going on. Look what they're doing. Russia isn't doing anything. Nobody's buying this. Of course, you're going to have the liberals. You're going to have a lot of the media, but even people in the United States, Matt, people are like, all right, let's say they're kind of fatigued about war. It's not even that they care about what's happening in Russia or what's happening in XYZ, but it's more of like there's a fatigue of just so much bullshit. And the economy in the United States, as I just got back from there, is absolutely like awful. Just every time I go back, things look worse and worse and worse for people. So I honestly think that Donald Trump and also part of the deep state can't afford to have some sort of nuclear catastrophe. I think what we've been seeing for the longest time is World War III is happening, World War III is happening. And this is probably a different point of view than a lot of people out there right now. I don't really think that World War III, in terms of a nuclear disaster, is going to happen. I think what we would see is a foiled false flag attempt, because Russia has been keen on this. I think what we would see are attempts at this. But more than anything right now, in my opinion, the economy. It's about the economy. It's about the resources, and everybody is fighting for these resources. And I think ultimately the United States is looking at China rather than Russia as its main competitor.
So yeah, there's a little Russia fatigue going on here. That's true. I can kind of feel it. And there's just too many distractions. There's Venezuela. There's just so many things where people are confused and they don't know what they're supposed to be hating Trump, but like Trump isn't trying to. He's still kind of doing the same Biden policy with Ukraine. I mean, it's really interesting. I think people got confused with that one, and they're just being bombarded and overloaded with so much warmongering and so much imperialism that we're on the wrong side of it, and it really doesn't matter. And I don't know if people are going to realize it doesn't matter if it's Trump or if it's Kamala or Biden or Obama or Bush. It doesn't matter. You're going to get John McCain every time. And speaking of John McCain, there seems to be a bunch of them popping up right now during this kind of fake campaign that Russia's moving in right now. Putin's ready to attack right now. Here's the chief of defense in UK warning the people. This is happening now. You are gonna face the consequences right now.
Obvious impact on all of us will be the cost of building this resilience. Sons and daughters, colleagues, veterans will all have a part to play, to build, to serve, and if necessary, to fight. And more families will know what sacrifice for our nation means.
More families will know what sacrifice for our nation means. I mean, how threatening can you get here? You're going to go out there on the battlefield. You're going to die for your country because we have to stop Putin. And this is all based on this crappy intel that's not real. Can let's just hear from Putin himself. I heard this. I guess there's a interpreter. He seems to get kind of I guess he gets a little
theatrical.
He's fun to listen to, but I don't. You tell me you think of it. But he's interpreting Putin here. And Putin is saying none of this is true, and it's almost like they're laughing about it.
to
translate it into diplomatic language. One thing is to say that Russia is not going to attack Europe. It's funny for us. It's laughable because we never wanted to attack Europe. Okay, let's put it in writing. But there are some people who are not particularly, shall we say, with us. I don't know. There may be some crooks. They are telling their population that Russia is getting to attack Europe, and we have to strengthen our defense. I'm not sure whether they serve the military industry interests or maybe they try to basically increase their political ratings. It's very difficult to say, but as from this is a lie. This is a total lie. But when everything is being fed to the society and the citizens are scared and they want to hear that we don't have any aggressive plans towards Europe.
I like this translator. He a few two extra ums and uhs, but other than that, that's it. I mean, he's saying, "What the hell? This is a lie." Like this is pretty wild. And of course, no one in the West ever wants to hear anything Putin has to say at all. We were made perfectly clear of that by our previous president, who says, "I don't engage with the enemy. We don't do diplomacy." And Tucker Carlson, how dare you sit down for a conversation with this guy? We don't want to hear what he has to say. And a lot of people won't watch this. They won't listen to this.
Yeah. You know, what's funny is Putin, I had like a similar reaction to what you're saying. Like the things you're presenting, I know it's not you, but the things that the West is saying, I don't even pay much attention to because of the fact that it's just laughable. And yeah, I guess some people believe it, but that's irrelevant to the reality, I think, because a lot of people are actually not believing it too, right? So I think a lot of people are seeing that this is absolute like lunacy, and I think that's part of it. I think that's part of what Trump is doing too. In a way, he's sort of putting it on the EU and on the UK, and they're extremely Russophobic. I mean, I know this for a fact. Like in terms of like travel, certain things have gotten harder for Russians if they're trying to go to the EU. Like they can't just get the long-term visas. Now they have to touch every single time. They have to they would have to renew their visas. They have to like a one-time visa, and it's gotten complicated. But from that end, but I think that a lot of this, Matt, I think a lot of this is just them sort of puffing their chests and trying to make Russia continue to look like the bad guy, because what else do they have? Like, are they just going to say, okay, no, that's it, we're done, we lost? No, I mean, you know, things are going to happen, but they're going to happen. I think they're going to go out with a whimper, I think, rather than this bang that I think people are expecting.
Well, there's still some, I mean, even here in the US, I mean, you still have, they're still parading around the usual suspects that will tell you what Ukraine needs to do next, what we need to do next. You still have like John Bolton going on TV and saying Ukraine needs to lower their draft age to 18. He's literally doing this. Here's a clip of John Bolton.
I don't think so. I think Ukraine, as Great Britain during World War II, has a very good argument. You can't have elections in wartime, especially in Ukraine's case, when you've got the foreign invader occupying 20% of the country. If you're going to be fair about this, you'd have free and fair elections in Russia too. We know that's not going to happen.
Free and fair. I love that. Oh my God, they're doing they're doing the Maduro thing. I can't believe it. Okay, I'm sorry. It's just like, are you kidding?
So I think Ukraine needs to do more to show the fight against corruption continues. You can probably have local elections in places where the Russians aren't occupying. And I think this is advice from a friend. I think they need to lower their draft age from 25 to 18 to get more manpower on the battlefield and to make sure that the country as a whole is bearing the burden of this war equally.
I would say, John Bolton, why would we need to lower the age to 18? They're already going around from house to house and just forcing all the men into a van anyways and taking them away to their death. What would that even matter at this point? But yes, this is the language of we're all in this together, right? It's the we're all in this together language, except we're not actually in it. they're being sacrificed. That's what a proxy war is. They're being used as cannon fodder. And as Lindsey Graham once told us, down to the last Ukrainian, which it seems like that's where we're headed towards.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, down to the last Ukrainian. That's what they want. But I mean, even people like Evil Geppetto, though, like who is listening right now to him except like the people that still watch TV? I can tell you the majority of people aren't watching this, aren't watching television, and they might think that Putin, for example, is a dictator, just the same way, you know, that a lot of Americans think Maduro is a dictator, that, you know, all of these things. They might think that, but they don't necessarily like want us to be involved. And I think that that's the main difference with like the next few generations. They still might be brainwashed and propagandized, keen on going and continuing another proxy war when they're seeing like this economy. Like, I can't tell you how many people were saying, oh, I got laid off like twice or three times, I've lost my job in this economy. Like, people, especially you know, Gen X, millennials, and younger, are living in a world in the United States that is a complete and total like deviation from what they were told that it would be when they were growing up. And now we have just Trump wanting to go to war with Venezuela, supposedly another kind of chest puffing that they're doing right now, with very, very, very dire consequences for Latin America as a whole. And they're going about, of course, with Israel. And again, the reason I think that there's going to be a protection of assets of sorts with this whole thing, regardless of what Europe wants, is because of the economic deals that could happen between Russia and the United States. Now, that doesn't mean that in the future, come the next Democrat or the next whatever anointed leader that wants to reignite things with Russia, Europe isn't going to be prepared to do that. But I think for now, where I think we're going, despite what the EU is doing, despite what the UK is saying, despite any sort of false flag attempts that we may have, I think what we're going to see is an attempt to quote unquote end this war, at least for the time being. I mean, I would say I'm a cautious optimist, but in general, it's not about optimism for me. It's about what's going on here. And the world right now is working more in a way that is really taking into consideration money and that sort of expansion. And again, Putin has said it many times. He doesn't want to expand into Europe. He doesn't want to control Europe. They just want Russia to succeed. Russia's already vastly ginormous. I mean, there's 9 time zones, maybe 11. I don't know at this point. They've changed them. There's an 8-hour difference, for example, between Moscow and the United States. And that's like the closest pretty much that you can get to the United States. So all the way on the other side, it's like you're closer to China's time zone. It's a vast territory. They don't necessarily need that, but what they do need is to expand the structures, expand the infrastructure within the country, that grow it beyond Moscow, grow it beyond St. Petersburg. And that's kind of what they've been trying to do. And they're far more diplomatically, you know, they look at things more as a win-win or some sort of like pragmatic exchange rather than, you know, any sort of ideological or aggressive type of attitude that they put on Russia.
Yeah, no, this is I'm on the fence still. I'm hopeful that we're gonna get to this end point. And mainly it's just because of the composure and the ability to look in this at a mature way. Like you said, like look at how we can get a win-win out of the situation and everyone benefit. And just thank God we don't have 2 Western war machines fighting each other, or we'd all be annihilated by now. That's my thought. So at least one side is being reasonable throughout these last 3 years. Before you go, Fiorella, I just want to play one more clip for you that now going through everything, people are laughing at this. This is Trump wandering around the Oval Office, not knowing what to do for about 1 minute and 14 seconds. And there's a lot of ha-has about this. But after everything we just talked about, this might be the scariest clip we've seen today because it really tells you about the power structure in the Oval Office. And we're talking about military generals. What are they talking about that they don't seem interested in Trump being part of the conversation? On camera, by the way, here it is.
man. It's not bad.
That's a great job. That's a great job. You did a great job.
So yeah, sits down. Look, I know this is just an awkward thing, and I get it. It's just like whatever. It was mistimed. But is there something else here, like underneath it? Is there something else like we don't actually need to talk to this guy because we're doing? Or am I reading too much into that part of it? It's just a stupid media moment, really.
I don't know, because it seemed like they were giving some sort of word to the guys. Maybe they thought, oh, Trump doesn't need to be bothered with this, but they're having a conversation there. It does come off like really rude, and Trump doesn't really quite know what to do. But I think I think the reason you think this way, Matt, is because and I know, and like I think the majority of people who are watching your show know that the presidents don't run the country, right? We know that Donald Trump is a face. We know that he said he was going to take on the deep state. We know that this deep state ended up surrounding him during his first term, and now his second term, he's surrounded by Zionists. And so is Trump really in charge? No, I mean, he definitely has people to answer to. Let's be real. Whatever happens in this entire show that we're seeing between Russia, Ukraine, Zelensky, the United States, it is whatever they want to happen will happen. So if ultimately they see a benefit, which I think there is a benefit in a very cold, pragmatic sense to end the war and really put their eye on what they can get out of Russia, essentially, because Russia is full of minerals and resources and all of that, then they're going to do it, because the future is AI. That's what they're looking at. Like Trump actually just recently pretty much molded much of AI into the U.S. Pentagon, into, of course, non-covert operations, and that's just one part of it. There are multiple AI competing to be inside the United States government in various aspects. So what we're seeing here is the age of surveillance has come while simultaneously, all of this is happening. And you can't really, there's so much energy that's needed to have AI. And it's not just, the minerals and the microchips and all of that. It's the power, the energy, and all of that. This is a huge reason as to why I think you're seeing the operations in Latin America, why you're seeing the attempts to have some sort of, agreement with Russia, and why Russia and China are also getting in on that. They're getting in on having, military bases in Africa. They're having relationships in Latin America. This is all part of that. And you have to look at it in the terms of, we are heading towards like a global competition for these resources. And the major players are kind of, the ones that are left that are showing that they can succeed. And some of those players are the United States, Russia, China, and you could argue Pakistan or India. You could argue India.
Yeah.
You could argue, maybe Iran as well, and that sort of sector. But Iran's also vilified very much, and they don't want them to attain this power. So, but when you look at it that way, it becomes more clear what is actually happening and what would be more beneficial to these people. And I don't think Trump is anything but, a face. I don't think he's as in charge as a lot of people think he is. I also don't think he's fully, a victim of everything. But I think there's definitely a medium where he is allowed to do what he's allowed to do within a certain realm. And I think that video, this is why it resonated with many people, thinking, oh, maybe he really doesn't call all the shots.
Yeah. And as far as his use, he was selected. He's hand selected to be this face that we need in front while everything you just described, all the AI stuff, all this technocracy coming into power, the global, like who's going to compete in this new age, he's just the face. And I think the loud stuff he says is enough to trick people into thinking that that's the thing we need to be angry about. What's the loud, horrible thing he just said about Latin America, versus the fact that it's going to be this policy anyway. We're going to, no matter who's in the driver's seat, they're not really in the driver's seat. They're just on a billboard. So he's not driving a bus. He's on a billboard. There's other people driving the bus. This clip kind of demonstrates that to a point, but we just have to be better, I think, and we have these conversations with our, colleagues, friends, family, other people that don't necessarily see this, and they think it's King Trump. We just got to get him out and everything will get back to normal. No, we're heading towards there's a very deliberate goal we're heading towards. And I think we know, and our audience knows, he was hand selected. He's just the vessel in order for us to all get there. That's that. So, Fiorella, any other thing you want to leave us with? Tell us what's going on. Truthwire, I hope you guys got something planned soon.
Yeah, hopefully after the holidays, Paz and I will be back to a regular schedule. It is coming near the holidays, so that is tough. I'm doing a lot of traveling. I'll be in Latin America soon for a few months. Just there's a lot happening there, so I'm going to be there for a bit, trying to get just more information as to what's going on. I do think we're seeing a huge, I would say, takeover of Latin America by the United States mainly. And it is a very precarious time, and that has a lot to do with what I just mentioned, the AI, the surveillance and stuff. But as far as what I'm doing, please check out my Substack. I have new projects coming up, and I also have the show Critical Perspectives with Vanessa.
Yes.
And we've been doing that as well. So yeah, just check that out, and keep in touch.
Cool. Thanks for taking time with us today, Fiorella. Always appreciate your global perspective, thoughtful analysis, and it helps us all keep our minds I guess at ease to know that there's a real reporting, real journalism going on out there that we can count on. So I hope we can continue the discussion. And when you're in Latin America too, hopefully we can time something. If anything comes up you want to share with our viewers, let me know, and we'll be glad to share. We'll be glad to share it out. So, okay. Thanks, Fee. Okay, talk to you later. Okay, bye. Fiorella, Isabel, everyone. We're on the homeless left here. We got some more show for you guys planned. Right now, I'm going to set up the next segment. We're going to be doing the Rob Reiner story here in just a moment, and then we're going to be talking with you guys and talking back, and then we have another story after that. So don't go anywhere, guys. We actually got some pharma stuff. We'll have on the backside for you guys. We always got to cover pharma, Maha happenings as well. So all that's coming up right here on the homeless left. We'll be right back. I don't have a new one to play for you right now, but it's that one, that little 2.5 minutes. Go grab you guys a little drink, do a bathroom break. We'll see you back here about 2.5 minutes for This Week in HOLLYWOKE, the Rob Reiner story. Who killed Rob Reiner? What the hell is really going on? Okay, be right back. This week in HOLLYWOKE, unfortunately, we got some very tragic news. You guys haven't heard the news that broke just a few days ago. Rob Reiner, actor, director, has been killed. Rob Reiner, legendary director and actor, and his wife were found dead in an apparent homicide, as reported by Rolling Stone. And the director and actor, if you guys don't even heard of Rob Reiner, just a quick background. He rose to prominence in All in the Family, where he played the role of Meathead. That was with the Archie Bunker, the infamous Archie Bunker character was kind of his nemesis. Meathead was the little activist, popular, really one of the original populist characters we had that were, anti-government, You can say he was a character that took on the deep state back then, before we knew what that was. This is way back in the 70s. He went on to direct the classic film comedies, the Spinal Tap. It's called This Is Spinal Tap. That was the first mockumentary before mockumentaries were a thing. So that was also a first. The Princess Bride, classic family comedy, but heartfelt family comedy. Very, very great film. Princess Bride and When Harry Met Sally. A few other ones as well, like A Few Good Men, Misery, and a bunch of others that he is known for. And he died in his home along with Michelle, his wife, and he was 78. This all happened on Sunday, and they released officially with profound sorrow. We announced the tragic passing of Rob and Michelle, and we're heartbroken at this sudden loss, and we asked for privacy during this unbelievably difficult time. And then here are the films we were talking about. There's a few others on this list. If you recognize probably one of the most popular ones, Stand By Me, that you saw in the second box. Also, if you guys know this one called The Bucket List, also a first. When the movie The Bucket List came out, Jack Nicholson, who also worked with him in A Few Good Men, right below that, Jack Nicholson, Morgan Freeman, he coined the term The Bucket List. That wasn't a thing. Now everybody says it. It was never said. That the film actually created that term, The Bucket List. Of course, you have Misery, Spinal Tap, Harry Met Sally, Princess Bride is up in there. And then there's the only one I don't know. I guess it's called the Sure Thing, upper right. Anyways, that's his work as a director. As we said, he acted in All in the Family. He was actor director. So what is going on here? Let's break this down. There's more to the story than what we're seeing, and we'll start with the people put this out the next day. Says they have an exclusive source that Rob and his wife Michelle were actually found by their daughter, and according to this source, which I guess People says is their exclusive source, that Rob and Michelle were actually killed by their son Nick, who stabbed them both to death. So that's, as the story unfolded, we learned that this was actually what happened. Now, I gotta say it's time we gotta go a little deeper on this now. So Tom and Jack, will you do the honors?
I think I'm entitled. You want answers. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You can't handle the truth. Can we handle the truth? That's the question. Well, let's ask some questions here. Okay, so what was going on with Rob Reiner's son? Well, apparently he had been dealing with addiction problems and some other mental health issues. The two of them made a movie together about his said addiction, and thought it would be a good film to make father and son together. And here's a very eerie clip, and it's eerie now because obviously knowing that his son killed him, as they're promoting the film, that they're trying to do something good together, knowing that his father is a very, very famous actor, director, and his son and his daughter, for that matter, are not known at all. And I think that also is interesting to note, because Rob Reiner's father, Carl Reiner, was also very well known. So this new generation, the father and son right now, are not having the careers that their father and their grandfather had. But here's that. It's an eerie clip of them promoting this film together that I think at the time, Rob Reiner's son thought maybe this could be his ticket to getting some notoriety. But unfortunately, a lot of us never heard of this film. But here it is.
Reveal that stuff for you? That would seem to be hard for me. It's not hard to reveal that stuff. It's only hard to reveal that stuff to then get told you're a spoiled white rich kid, and it's like, okay, maybe all these things.
Well, who would say that to you? Not your dad.
No,
but world.
The world, listen, I had to talk to him about this. Listen, I know what it's like to be the son of, and to have people assume certain things about you, and it's very, very difficult.
Well, how did you handle that?
Well, I mean,
obviously you didn't go to drugs, but you must have had those issues. Your father's an icon.
In the 60s, there was plenty of drugs around.
Yeah.
but you just have to know what you do, and that you have to block out all that extraneous noise. And it's hard for him because this is the first time he's, all of a sudden there's a lot of attention. People are talking, and he has the double whammy. He's got me and he got his grandfather, and they're going to say whatever the heck they want, but they don't know. They don't know what he's experienced. They don't know what he's gone through. They don't know why he's done what he does, and and it's pretty dumb, pretty ignorant of people to say just because you're born and you have money and that doesn't mean anything. People have their own issues.
Human beings
regardless.
are complicated, messed up,
and
and also it's like the Kardashians can go shopping and complain about how there's no air conditioning in the fucking store, and no one bashes them. It's like I wrote a movie about doing drugs and having a hard time, and people still,
People
they
have
a
really
field
said
day.
stuff about that?
Oh yeah.
Well, he's kind of wrong. Yeah, people bash the Kardashians too. The point is, you're in the limelight. It's hard. How do you keep your moral compass? How do you keep your composure? How do you keep your work ethic? How do you keep your humanity in general? How do you do this? So clearly, watching this clip, it's easy to detect that there's certainly some issues here with this kid. Rob Reiner having to kind of come. You saw immediately in this interview, Rob Reiner had to kind of step into the first position seat to kind of articulate the story the best he could, because his son he seems a little like he's certainly not versed and well mannered in this arena. And it sounds like, I would say, before knowing about what happened, I would say he had potential. He could have maybe gone a good direction. So we're just in guessing game mode right now. We don't have all the information, but we can tell you, because we do cover Hollywood. We cover HOLLYWOKE. We know that living in this lifestyle at this level is absolute insanity. We know this. Every one of if you're a child of a celebrity, if you become a child actor who then gets into stardom and doesn't know what to do in that regard, and you have all of this whole pedophile culture coming at you. You have all the Epstein connections that are all throughout this town. We know Rob Reiner has been tied to Epstein. We know he's on that long list, so that comes into play. So we know all these things. There's a lot there. So what kind of influence did Rob Reiner have on the industry? Here's what we did know. We know that Rob Reiner had enough influence, had enough followers, that during the Trump and Russiagate fiasco, we know that Rob Reiner pushed Russiagate tremendously, and that he was a massive influence, not just on his followers and fans, not just on the Democrat liberal establishment and its voters, but on the donor class here in Hollywood. He's massively influential. So his job for many years was to push a bunch of extreme language that would get people on board with whatever the Democrat plan was or plot was at that time, whether it was Hillary, Biden, or Kamala. He was around that whole time. But something changed with him this last round during the switch up of Biden to Kamala. We're going to get back to that in a second. But first, I think it is important, now that we understand the complications here, this idea that a kid could do this at any capacity, even if he was abused, even if he was dealing with suicidal thoughts, even homicidal thoughts, the fact that you would stab your parents like this, and obviously know that you won't get away with it. They arrested him right away. So he's been arrested. He's in custody right now. This happened very quickly. So what else can we put together on this as we're trying to do our jobs in an honest, professional way? We know that this was somebody who affected us positively when he was a filmmaker and making great films. All of these films he did in a series of time, one after the next. All those films you guys saw there, they were all in this kind of line of brilliance. So like Princess Bride and Stand By Me. Stand By Me is probably noted as probably his biggest, most impactful film of all time was Stand By Me. Few Good Men, Harry Met Sally, all of these, Misery, they all came out one after the next. And then all of a sudden he stopped making great films. That might have been when he got into more of the political arena. And who knows, that might have affected his home life even more so. Then we already say that you're affected if you're in this Hollywood limelight. You're already affected if you're born into this, like his daughter and his son. And what a poor girl that she had to discover her stabbed to death parents and be the one to call 911 on her brother too, by the way. So all of that happened to this girl. So, I mean, what a horrible thing to go through. So with all that, we're still trying to piece this together. Problem is, and you guys probably have heard this by now, problem is that Trump decided to tweet out something really horrible. And it's unfortunate because the first 24 hours he didn't tweet. The first 24 hours, other Trumpers, the voters, were putting out very nice messages, very sweet, heartfelt dedications to Rob Reiner and saying things like, and we saw a ton of these. Rob Reiner, I didn't agree with your politics, but nothing should have happened. This should never happen to anyone. Things like that. Very heartfelt messages. Your movies affected me positively. I'll never forget what you did with your art. I wish that you didn't go off the rail politically, but this never should have happened to anybody. And thoughts and prayers and all that stuff. So we saw that. And then we also saw the same group say, hey, Democrats, you want to take a little lead from us? This is how to talk about people who just got killed. You don't smear them. And so this is how so as you saw a lot of Democrats did on the Charlie Kirk murder, the Trump base was trying to present overall that they understood there's a way we have to behave. Unfortunately, their leader did not fall in line with that methodology and with that sentiment. And he did the opposite and tweeted this out. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling, but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. And he goes on talking about how he was known to drive people crazy by his raging obsession with Donald Trump himself. He's talking about himself in third person, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration. And here's the braggadocious: we surpassed all goals, expectations, greatness, blah, 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 golden age of America upon us. And then at the bottom, it says, perhaps like never before. So a campaign slogan, he had to put a campaign slogan in there right before he says, may Rob and Michelle rest in peace. Obviously, the Michelle and Rob resting in peace line is not what people are mad about. They're not even really so mad about him saying, I'm the greatest president ever. We surpassed all goals. A little tacky that you threw that in the same tweet, but that's not what people are mad at. They're mad at what is highlighted here in red, and rightfully so. What he's saying here is this guy had a problem, which we actually can discuss that problem. Does a problem like that, an obsession with Trump, does that equate with being murdered? Does driving people crazy by a raging obsession? I know people have driven me crazy with a raging obsession with Trump. Does that equate with murder, stabbing someone to death, a family member stabbing you to death? Even the obvious paranoia reaching new heights? Does that? So none of this makes any sense that you would jumble all this together and be so presumptuous that you would insinuate here that you have the motive of the case figured out, that you have the whole thing figured out because you have his son arrested. And so what we know to be true now, Trump, is because he had this Trump derangement syndrome, as you put it, which I actually agree with, because he had that, that led to his murder. How would the audacity you would have to relate those two things is absolutely disgusting and despicable that you would do that. And at the same time, what you do is you lessen the effectiveness of your voters, of the supporters who've been putting out these more thoughtful tweets and trying to educate the Charlie Kirk haters of why they need to maybe be better on their tweeting. And now Trump, what he's done is he's taking center stage negating all of the other people who've chimed in about this before and since. And that's it. That tweet takes the cake now, which is a problem. And what that leads to, unfortunately, drum roll please, more Trump derangement syndrome. Here is Maria Shriver. We know she was very close with Rob Reiner and his wife. We know there was a lot of people in that circle that were very tight, including Cheryl Hines, who is the wife of RFK Jr. They all spent a lot of time together. Maria Shriver generally doesn't get political, other than the fact that, you know, she was married to Arnold Schwarzenegger and was on his campaign at the time for governor in California here, that kind of stuff. But she's going to call out this tweet, rightfully so, as disgusting. But let's also break down what she gets wrong about this, because that's also important. Here we go. Maria Shriver.
Today is Monday, the day after Hanukkah, the day after Australia, after Bondi Beach, after Brown University shooting, and after the tragic murder of my great friends, Rob and Michelle Reiner. The entire world is hurting. They're shaken by what happened in Australia, shaken again by what happened at a university, and shaken here in Los Angeles. And yet we have a president who doesn't use this opportunity to bring anybody together. Instead uses it to speak about himself, instead uses it in such a petty, divisive way. I don't care who you voted for at this moment in time, but the President of the United States is supposed to have character, is supposed to know how to bring people together.
Okay, I'm going to pause it there. And I think it's safe to say at this point, after all of the presidencies we've lived through, it's safe to say, no, that's not actually a thing. It's actually not the job of the president to bring people together and raise up humanity. That's not a thing. And it's disgusting and sad, embarrassing, that he did this. But his job is actually not to be Obama. We lived through Obama. Obama used that technique of getting the right words to pretend we were coming together, but conducting the same policy. So President Trump's job, and I urge people who are just as angry about this as we are here at the Homeless Left, to listen to what Maria Shriver is saying and understand that she's misguided because of her anger. She's misguided to think that Trump just destroyed everything we were working for because he did a mean tweet. Trump's job is not to bring us together. Our job is to bring us together. We need to focus on the voters, the people, the masses of people in this country that had the right reaction, that were those numbers matter. One guy behind a desk. See, what she's doing here is she's fueling the King Trump ideology, the thing that you're in the street to fight, the whole no kings, right? You're making that worse by saying this, that this guy has this power with a single tweet to bring us together. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. So we can condemn the tweet. At the same time, we can also say we're not going to be affected by it. And that what we need to do is look at the masses of people who are responding in a positive way. And they were right to bring up the Charlie Kirk thing, because it's true, it wasn't Biden and Harris that were doing the mean tweets. It was Democrats doing mean tweets about Charlie Kirk. So those people needed to be educated. You don't do that when somebody dies. So the masses can help each other in numbers. There's power in numbers. So let's take this opportunity to correct what the actual problem is. Even though we agree on what Trump did wrong, let's look at how we can behave better and not let anybody ever again. We're never going to let anybody in a position of power dictate to us how we treat each other or don't treat each other. It's all bullshit. Obama proved that to us for 8 years, that nice little speeches don't actually do anything for us. So mean little speeches also don't do anything for us. Let's try to apply that moving forward. But let's hear if she has anything else relevant here to say.
To be a dignified human being who raises us up. And instead, we have somebody talking like he does. It makes me sick to my stomach in this beautiful, great big country with so many good people who work day and night trying to help other people, who feed people, who care for people, who nurture people, who step up for people. People of all religions do that. People of other political parties do that.
So she's so close. She's saying this is true. All the people, all the good people. She's so close. All the good people that raise each other up, raise up our communities, work together. The things we should agree on, which is the people in power need to be held accountable. That is the connector. She's so close, but she's giving Trump way too much power. That a guy in that emperor's throne, how he could do this with one tweet, destroy everything we've built with one tweet. And that's where she's misguided. We need to do better at educating people with how this is off. Even though we agree the tweet is horrible, you cannot give one person that much power. It's not with all of our foreign wars, all of our policies, all of our invasions, all of our occupations, all of our genociding, all of our surveillance, all of our supercomputer AI, all of our getting rid of free speech, locking people up for protesting. All of that, those are policies. Those actually affect us. This tweet does not. Let's not let it affect us.
Different genders do that. And the person who could do it in a way that would inspire others does the exact opposite. Come on. There's only one person who's suffering from TDS, and we know who that is. Come on.
So she's saying one person is suffering from TDS. She's completely wrong on that. Trump is a narcissist. He's not suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. Maria Shriver doesn't know what Trump derangement syndrome is. Maria Shriver probably has a little Trump derangement syndrome, so she's not able to pinpoint it because she has it. Trump is a narcissist. That's not Trump. Trump derangement syndrome is when you blame everything on Trump, when you make every justification of why things are happening the way they are on Trump. It's when you don't have to account for anything else to be anything of value because of Trump. It's when you're willing, and this is probably the most important quality of a Trump derangement syndrome diagnosis, the most important feature of it is that it causes you to compromise your moral ethics and your humanity in some cases in order for the greater good to stop said Trump, who is the greatest threat on the planet that's ever existed and ever will. That's Trump derangement syndrome. So she doesn't know what that is. She doesn't know what that is. And as she's grieving, which absolutely grieve for Rob Reiner and his wife. Oh my God, grieve for them. She's unaware that Rob Reiner himself has had Trump derangement syndrome, and pretty bad. Pretty bad. We followed it on the show. Here's some of the examples. And this is throughout the Russiagate stuff. So he says, after speaking with many government sources who indicate direct connection between Donald Trump and Putin, investigations must happen before Donald Trump's installed. So he's basically trying to stop the election in 2016, saying that he was a Russian asset. That's the case, right? That's the case for Russiagate. Russia hacks our election to help Donald Trump. FBI violates Hash Act and colludes with Trump. He's an illegitimate president. So he did that. He ran on the illegitimate president. The Russiagate, every tweet, top right corner. Fact, Trump colluded with Russia. He did it in plain sight. Mueller was charged with looking for the crime of conspiracy and said he didn't find enough evidence of that. Counterintelligence investigations can take years to unravel. Mueller was shut down by Barr. So all of these basically conspiracy theories about why it wasn't revealed that Trump colluded with Russia. So he's maneuvering around that all throughout 2017, 2018. He keeps going. Here's a few more. He does the hashtag treason. That's a big one. Hashtag treason, calling our president a traitor, right? Which is a capital offense, which is death penalty. That's what that's like the most serious crime you could be convicted of as a sitting president. Oh my God. So this happened, right? Bottom left corner, Wall Street Journal bombshell. First bit of concrete evidence of Trump-Russia collusion. All roads lead back to Flynn. Fuse is long, but Donald Trump goes down. So this is this constant push to stop the president from doing his job that he was elected to do, which then you turn around and say anybody doing that against Biden is a traitor. So there's that you call the traitor the person that helps your political party. These are all components of Trump derangement syndrome, because you compromise your ethics and values when it suits the thing you want to do. So collusion with Russia, blah, 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 blah. So did that lead to his death? I mean, that's just for Trump to say that pushing that false narrative of Russiagate led to his death is absolutely disgusting that he would make that comparison. He was asked again about it and he doubled down. You're not even believe this. He didn't even back off, and he saw all the reaction. He saw what Maria Shriver did and everyone else did and how they responded to him. And he still, as Trump does, this is what he likes to do. He doubles down on his claim about Rob Reiner.
A number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said,
I wasn't a fan. So you didn't like any of those great films. Okay. You didn't like that he was attacking you with Russiagate stuff. That part is fair. But what does that have to do with saying that led to his death? What the hell does that have to do with his son stabbing him and his wife to death? How are you able to still connect that, Trump?
he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all, in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country, yeah.
Blue slips, Mr. President. Leader Thune doesn't seem...
So you didn't answer the question. You were asked if you stand behind the tweet, and all you did is say I wasn't a fan, and he did horrible things. But in the tweet, in the actual tweet, you suggest that he was killed because of his Trump derangement syndrome, and he drove people crazy to then kill you. That's what he said. He hasn't taken that back. And now you got everybody confused, running around talking about what is Trump derangement syndrome, what isn't it. We told you what it is. That's what it is. And as bad as it can be for some people to obsess over Trump all day long, every day, and it might, who knows, it might obviously maybe led to some bad parenting. If you're just on your Twitter all day long doing Trump, Russia. But this part is of note. And I'm going to pull a Charlie Kirk on this one. The timeline is important. So I told you about the change that happened. When Biden went up on that stage against Trump for the first and only debate, and he bombed it, we reported on that and said this was a deliberate switch out attempt. You got to get rid of Biden and you got to throw in Kamala. Rob Reiner, as I said earlier, has massive influence in the Hollywood donor class. So all of that Trump derangement syndrome tweets, that wasn't just him spouting off stuff because he felt like it. He was aligned with an agenda to reel people into the Democratic Party and keep them here and get the money of the donors. That's what it was about. And the Democrats were able to raise millions of dollars, $90 million before, but they put Kamala in. But guess what happened? Guess what happened? They all were in a room, and Rob Reiner was in that room too. And they said, the donor class said, Biden is a failed project. He's lost his mental capacity. He has full-on dementia, and we're going to keep our money in hold. We're not going to release it from escrow. You don't actually get the money. We're not giving it to you unless you switch them out. That happened. So Rob Reiner thought, oh, I'll just switch gears. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell people that Biden he can't do this job. So I'm going to give so that's what he did. He did a whole tweet. Biden, you've been so amazing. You served our country so well. Thank you for your service. It's time to step aside and let someone else in, Kamala or whoever. Problem is Rob Reiner, he shot his load too soon, and he got the tweet out a little early, and he suffered major consequences. He lost about half of his followers the very next day. They said, how dare you, you piece of shit? How dare you say that about Biden? He's got a stutter. He's got a stutter. Rob Reiner was a little early on that tweet, and he saw what happened to the base that his job was to keep in place and reel into keep them into the Democratic Party, herd them back in. If they had a problem with the last 4 years, herd them back in. And he saw what happens when they turn on him. Well, then Biden had that problem on the debate stage, and then they switched up. And then it was okay to say that Biden had dementia, and we didn't know it. And now let's believe in Kamala. I'm telling you, you stop seeing these tweets from Rob Reiner after that. He did not go crazy on Kamala. He kind of realized there might be a problem. So that's my theory is that Rob Reiner saw a problem that maybe he was part of, and he backed off a little. And that was about a year ago. So haven't seen too much crazy Trump derangement syndrome since. So it's hard to say what happened in that year. So what we have left with is we have people going at each other's throats about who's meaner, the Democrats or Republicans. We have Trump pretending that Rob Reiner being obsessed with him is why he's dead. We got the son with the mental health stuff. We have this very wrapped up case that happened very fast, but we still have questions about who really actually killed him or who was responsible. And there's two theories right now. If it's not what they're telling us, there's two theories. The first one is not one that I would jump on, because this is coming from the right wing, who say, well, Rob Reiner was not just a left blowhard with the terminal case of TDS. He was CIA, and his father, Carl, was controlled Hollywood for the CIA. He was working to overthrow our republic with Russia collusion hoax. Other than that, he was a nice person. And this is what she was referring to. This is a project, a CIA operation that Rob Reiner was involved with, Democracy Under Attack. Conversation with James Clapper. So he put his name on it, money, time, effort to try and figure out a way to spin the story that Russiagate was real. Rob Reiner participated in that, and that was funded by the CIA. So some people are saying, well, maybe this is why they found a way to kill him through his son or whatever. I don't think so. I think that this checks out as him playing by the rules up until maybe he stopped. That's my theory. Is it's after this project, maybe something else occurred where he started asking questions about the entire apparatus. A little Charlie Kirkish, perhaps. Maybe there was a question or two he was asking about what are we actually fighting for here? What is actually going on? What are we doing? What's our foreign policy doing? Why is Trump doing the same policy with Ukraine as Biden was? I thought he was Putin's puppet. There might be some new question. Why did I get attacked for saying, let's switch this guy out with somebody who's competent? Or it could be theory number 2, which doesn't have any traction either, but I'm more interested in this one. So, don't want to go all conspiracy theory and all, but Rob Reiner worked on a podcast last year, or this podcast last year. They named 4 people that were more than likely responsible for the JFK assassination. So this is with Soledad O'Brien. Rob Reiner teamed up and they did this documentary called, or it's a series, this podcast series called Who Killed JFK, where he looked at it, a lot of the theories like Oliver Stone. Not sure how deep he went, not sure if he stumbled on something that he wasn't supposed to stumble on. Maybe something like Oliver Stone is saying years later about his film, where he said, and I'm paraphrasing, Oliver Stone said, I wasn't allowed to use any Israel references in my film JFK. There was a reason I wasn't able to do that. So I'm more interested in this theory. Was there an operation done? And of course you would ask, well, his son, I mean, obviously he's in custody. He did the crime, clearly had mental health issues. Okay. But we know what Israel and Mossad are capable of as far as MK Ultra. So who knows? We saw something very oddly familiar with Gene Hackman and his wife getting murdered in their house. There, apparently that was just a random act of some intruder, but they didn't steal anything. They killed the dog too. So think about that. We think about that. What is it that Rob Reiner was maybe stumbling onto? I'm just throwing these questions out right now. Don't have much else to go on here, but there was a massive behavior change that he went through. He stopped doing these tweets. I want you guys to go check the timeline. He stopped doing these crazy TDS tweets after Kamala was anointed as the Democratic nominee, because there was no primary in the Democrats. You guys know they don't do the Democrats don't do primaries. They stopped doing that years ago. It's not a thing. They anoint their person. Maybe he started having a problem. Maybe he kind of started asking some Charlie Kirky-ish questions. Who knows? We don't have a paper trail. We don't have a timestamp on any private messages or text. We don't have a Candace Owens working overtime on this for us. Just asking questions right now. That's all. Putting it out there. But other than that, obviously Trump's tweet was completely inappropriate. We can all agree on that. But one thing, if you should take from this HOLLYWOKE segment this week, take this. If you're going to take one thing, let's just not give one person too much power into how they talk on the microphone, what they tweet out. That doesn't actually matter. What matters is policy. And one day we're all going to realize that it's the same policy with the Democrats or the Republicans. It doesn't matter if you get Obama or Biden or Bush or Cheney or Trump or whoever else in between and whoever else tomorrow. It doesn't matter who you get. You always get John McCain. Okay. That's This Week in HOLLYWOKE, guys. I didn't think that one would go so long. I guess we had a lot to talk to. There's a lot there. There's a lot there with Rob Reiner. We'll certainly keep our eye on it if anything else comes up about it. Okay. I think it's time to talk to you guys. I have seen some I get some help here from Bonzo Beans. Have been doing some good modding for us on both the YouTube and on Rumble. Appreciate that, Bonzo Beans. Leslie helping us out today. Hope Leslie's back in the studio with us on Thursday. That would be awesome. But like I said, like I do with you guys a lot of the times, is I try to handle the talking back on my own. So we'll try to do that best we can today. And I am seeing some yes, we got some super chats coming in. So let me go ahead and get this set up. I think we're ready to go. Guys, if you want to throw in a super chat or a Rumble rant, you will be cut to the front of the line. We promise you, you will be read today. You will be read and responded to. Rumble rants on the Homeless Left on Rumble. And of course, we got THL Presents YouTube channel. If you want to throw us a super chat, we'll be here to check it out. So here we go, guys. It's time for a little talking back action today. This time with Matt. Let's do it. It's Talking Back with Matt. Today, we just got done with a very, let's just say a series of segments. We titled this show Red Flags, False Flags, and Psyops. And it seems like all of the day's happenings, the week's happenings are all kind of connecting to at least us asking these type of questions, whether it's the Bondi Beach massacre, whether it's the what the FBI is calling a foiled plot of a Palestine terrorist group right here in LA. They foiled the plot. Nothing to see here, guys. If it has to do with the Erika Kirk and Candace Owens situation, have they been acting the whole time? Have they been pals the whole time? We have obviously more Russia, Ukraine. That's still not over. As Trump just has no power at all. We've just been looking at this king in office that hasn't really had any power at all with all of our military operations and our pushing of the Western war machine, American imperialism, and of course the greater Israel project. Rob Reiner, we looked at that. More questions there. What else is going on that we weren't told about? But one thing is for sure, we all have to stay in this space with our minds in a place where we can access our critical thinking skills and ask the right questions. And we're all in this together, and we don't compromise our morals and integrity when it comes to how we behave, because it's the same principles we apply every time. We just want justice and humanity to be saved. We don't care how, we don't care who. The colors don't matter. People don't matter that are running things. Humanity matters. That's what we're doing here. Okay, let's hear what you guys had to say. Oh, I had to give a shout out to Fiorella. Isabel coming into us from Russia today. We had a great talk about what is going on with Russia and Ukraine and NATO and all the World War III is about to start drama. Okay, so a lot of stuff going on. Let's get to you guys. We're going to start with, let's see if they came up on our StreamYard. I do see some Rumble rants. I might have to copy and paste these from elsewhere because for some reason they don't come up here. But let me get a quick shout out to Do Dissidents rating our stream. Bonzo Beans modding from over there to here. We like the crossover. We really appreciate it. And I think we do actually have a Rumble rant from Bonzo Beans. Again, I'm just going to have to read it. I'm going to have to read this off the screen. It didn't show up on the StreamYard. But from Bonzo Beans, the EU is destroying Europe. The EU executive just sanctioned Swiss intelligence analyst and retired Colonel Jack Bowd for sharing his dissenting analysis re-Ukraine. Debanked. No travel. Holy crap. So the crackdown on people exposing accurate intelligence versus fake intelligence. And we've been covering this fake intelligence ploy by the EU, making up all this stuff about Putin moving into the West. He's moving into NATO. Meanwhile, you get an accurate assessment like this, and then you get sanctioned, apparently. So I didn't know that was happening. Thanks for that information, Bonzo Beans. I wish I could say I'm shocked. I'm not shocked at all. It sounds like something that they would do in the EU right now. Okay. We also have coming to us on YouTube, Citizen. We just call you Citizen now. That you got it. We dropped your last name because it's cooler that way. Like like a Prince or a Madonna or something like that. Okay, so we got let me find it here. Here we go. Citizen, thanks for the super chat. We love your Mexican pesos. That's nice. It looks cooler on the screen. I'll tell you that. Love it. Thank you, Citizen. 1 of 3. I don't mean to trample on your editorial independence. Not immediately, anyway. Don't know the context. I think you might be referring to our coverage on the Bondi massacre. We'll see. We'll wait for the follow-up. But thank you for that, Citizen. I'll say it once, Citizen Pendejo. But I do like the just drop. We'll just call you by the first name. We'll just do it like that. It's easier. But thank you so much. And let's go ahead and get to some of the other comments here. Okay. Near the top here, we have oh yes, thanks Donald Duck's mom tuning in. Citizen, thanks for tuning in. Jungle Jer, why can't we see these emojis? I wish that StreamYard would fix this. I know you did a something here. You probably did a snowman, but do you guys see how we get some weird ass jumble of the emoji on Rumble? But on YouTube, we get the emoji. Look at this. Citizen gave us some little cookie monsters. Thanks for that. Yeah, for some reason, they got to fix that. Let's see. Robin Hood Forest, thanks for tuning in. Non-tribal guy. And we have, let's see. Utopians, thank you for tuning in on Rumble. I'm gonna read these. This is pretty wild. I hope you're joking, but I don't think you are. This is unbelievable. What is unbelievable, Utopians? Drones torture me all day, never leave my property. The empire of false flags. The pedo empire of genocide and lies. People are individuals. Thank you for that, Utopians. Yeah, it's enough to drive us all insane at some point, right? At some point, we're going to lose our freaking minds, but we have to keep community and sticking together, and having these conversations. We talk about this a lot on the show about moving the dialogue forward and having the skills, reference points, talking points, knowing how to challenge some of these propaganda points that are shoved in our faces by friends and family and colleagues. But we leave this part out a lot, and it's important. It's our own mental health. How do we keep it? How do we keep from not losing it altogether? How do we keep from that? And again, I think it's more engagement, more interaction, more conversations. We're not alone, okay? We actually are in this together in the real sense of the term, of the phrase. We're actually all in this together. Okay. And yeah, Leslie, of course, how did they figure he was a juice hero so fast? They're really fast these days. They're really fast. All these, they're so. Kash Patel, he should be getting award after award for being the fastest FBI director we've ever had. He solves cases in 33 hours, 48 hours, 10 minutes in some cases. He just solved one here in LA. Apparently four people arrested for acts of terror that were going to happen on New Year's. Great job, Kash. You did such a good job on that one. I hope they give you another medal for that. Let's see what else we got here. Yes, this is great, Chatter X. A quote from James Angleton, former head of the CIA. Deception is a state of mind, and the mind of the state. Good. That's a very accurate quote from a former head of CIA. Thank you for that, Chatter X. What else we got here? Let's see. Yeah. That's why they hate Australia. Drift, thank you for that. Our government is infested by Zios, unfortunately. Yeah, and that's why they hate, us too. Appreciate you reaching out, letting us know. That's the sentiment here is too. We are infested with Zionists, and we're not allowed to talk about it. We get in trouble if we say anything about it. What's up, Sam? Where'd you go? Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Go on about your day, guys. Nothing going on here. Yeah, Jungle Jer, good point. It's a really good thing. For the state of Israel and for, to protect Jews from Jew hate. What a great timing that dude just happened to get to Australia just a few weeks before this happened and was able to be there just in time to get shot in the back of the head, bandaged up with a 1-layer bandage, and be able to articulate why Jew hate is such a problem and why he came to Australia to fight Jew hate. And then he was not tragically, kind of shot in the head, but kind of not. Hard to tell. He's pretty unclear about the actual injury. Also, he got a selfie out of the deal, so that was awesome. And apparently, this it's a little suspect of a picture that might or might not have been taken. A pic that might have been leaked of him getting ready before the massacre went down. You got to get in places, costume, warm up. There's like warm ups actors do. You kind of have your little drill, and then the makeup artist comes over, touches up all the blood, and gets everything right. Got a little bottle of water. So yeah, he was well taken care of. If in fact that picture is real, authentic, it seems to have checked out in certain circumstances. Hard to tell, but I'm just glad he was there. Like Jungle Jer said, glad he was there. Right place, right time. You need a guy like that to articulate, right, that this massacre was because of Jew hate, and that we need to go get the people, even though one was already killed and one was already put into captivity. We need to go find the people who did this. That's what he made sure to get that message out. That's important. And then obviously he was part of October 7th too. So he's now been part of 2 tragedies, which is really, really sad for this dude. Did you guys want to just, if you missed it, did you guys want to see this selfie he literally took of himself? This guy literally took a selfie of himself after he was apparently hit in the head, shot in the head by a rifle, by a high-powered rifle. This is it. It's always have your camera phone ready. You never know when you're going to get shot in the back of the head, right? You never know when it's going to happen. It could happen anytime. If it's a high-caliber rifle, hopefully you won't get your head blown into bits. Hopefully you have the diet of a Charlie Kirk that has these super bones, as you know, you say in the coroner said about Charlie Kirk. So getting shot by a high-powered rifle, make sure that you have your cell phone ready to take the selfie, because that's important. You've got to get the message out. Jew hate, Jew hate, Jew hate. Message received. Okay, let's see what else we got. Yeah, unbelievable. We see these things breaking. We're like, oh my God, is this really another one? Does it look like a false flag? And you're like, yep, I guess it is. Here we go again. What else have we got here? Oh, Julia Collins, thanks for tuning in. Oh, this doesn't look good. Another horrible jobs report was released today. Unemployment rate went up again, 5th month in a row. Wow, June, it goes up to July, goes up to August, up to September, up in October, and up in November. Not much to celebrate here. That number is going to keep going up because of AI. Just a guess. But how would that number ever go down at this point? With our economy, it's so broken, and it doesn't matter who's in charge. There's nobody in charge. This economy that we have set up for ourselves is not sustainable. Not in this new technocracy age. Elon Musk has told us that AI is going to be running everything and that we don't have to actually do any work. But he seems to think we're all just going to be sitting around being rich while we press buttons and robots drive us everywhere, bring us everything, and do all the labor that we don't need to do anymore. And we're all just going to be filthy rich. That's what Elon says. I agree with the part about not needing us anymore, but I don't know where the richness comes into play unless you're in the upper 1% billionaire donor class, which he might be confused about that one. He might be confused. Let's see what else we got here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Oh, look at this. Anon user with the little Luigi. I'm not homeless. China is my home, but I have yet to get there. Oh, you need to get to China. Well, I hope you can make it, Anon user. Hope you can make it to your home. It's nice to feel like you have a home. It's nice to feel that. Let's see what else we got here. And thanks again to Bonzo Beans for running our mod today on both our channels. We love it. Thank you. What else we got here? Bunch of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, this is thank you, Stomach Worm. Holy shit, shut down social media. Is scared I might start thinking. So there's this is the head of Stop Anti-Semitism telling us we need to shut down social media. Why? Because they're scared we might start thinking. Thank you for that, Stomach Worm. Appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, we got another one from Citizen. Here we go. 2 of 3. It's time to bring the blue crayons back, Matt. See link below. Which link? Okay, I gotta check this out. Which link? I'll take a look in a moment. Let me get a couple others here going. I can't click unfortunately we have to set links up in advance, but others should look at the link. We'll check it out after the show. But yeah, it's kind of hard for us to click them while we're doing the show here from YouTube at least. But yeah, sending in advance, we might be able to get to it if you send it in advance. But yes, please, others can click on it if you post the link. Yeah, if it's on YouTube. Let me see. Actually, let me see if you got it. Might have shown up later in the feed here. Not seeing it. I'll take a look, but appreciate that. Thank you, Citizen. Appreciate that. Another from Anon user. Boycott USA, boycott capitalism. Well, Not so fast, Anon user. If you boycott USA and boycott capitalism, you might get associated with a radical left group here in LA, and you might get charged with wanting to commit acts of terror on New Year's Eve, because that's apparently what they said. The Free Palestine group was anti-capitalist, and we're planning 4 or 5 different attacks all at once on New Year's Eve right here in LA. So you don't want to get stuck with that label, but absolutely agree with your sentiment there, Anon user. Appreciate it. What else we have here? Okay. Does Russia have affordable health care? Yeah, they actually have free health care. Shadow Walker, thank you for that. Everybody has free health care except us. We're the only ones. We're the only ones of a developed nation. Even Canada has it. I mean, and it's not to say these are perfect systems. The point is we're at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to healthcare. The absolute bottom. You remember Michael Moore's movie, it was called Sicko. Go look up Sicko, one of his actually good films before Michael Moore got a little TDS actually going, a little Trump derangement syndrome from Michael Moore. But he made a movie called Sicko, 2010. He takes a group of people in America, American citizens who can't get health care in Florida. What he does is he puts them on a boat, and they go to Cuba, and they illegally cross to Cuba to go get free health care, and then they sneak back. That's in the film. He films it. It's pretty remarkable. It's not hype. It's real. That's actually a thing of having to leave our country to go to a place that we were told was this horrible dictator, capital or communist, socialist, disgusting place you never want to go. And yet, if you want to get treated for medical issues and you can't afford it here, you go to Cuba. And that's what happens in the film. Go check it out. It's called Sicko. But yeah, Russia, of course, they're fine in Russia. They're great. They're having a great time. You could ask Fiorella about that. But I will tell you, anything's better than what we have here. Anything. Oh, I saw this question come in. U.S. invaded Ukraine. I know when you were referencing here. Yaha. You were referencing that Fiorella said that the U.S. instigated this war in Ukraine. We did. We didn't actually invade Ukraine, but we set the pieces up in Ukraine for Russia to react accordingly. What we did is we destroyed an agreement. It's called the Minsk Accord. We destroyed it. We said, F you. We're not going to follow the rules that were put in place where we said NATO would not go 1 inch to the east. We had agreed to that back in the early 90s with Gorbachev. This new agreement was put together not in an honest way. We know this because Angela Merkel told us this in Germany. She said, the EU created this document we faked it. This was in 2014. And in 2014, we pushed the elected president out and we put in a puppet president named Zelensky, who then started shelling on his own people in the Donbass and killed hundreds of thousands of people in the Donbass. And we did nothing except give our money to the army that was the military division, the faction that was called the Azov Battalion. We funded that. We raised it up, very similar to the way Netanyahu raises up Hamas. We did that with the Azov Battalion, giving them, stalling out Putin, basically, with this fake contract saying that we are all good. In the meantime, we were setting the pieces up for war. That's what we were doing. So in a sense, on one hand, you say, well, the U.S. invaded. It's not as simple as invading Ukraine. You set the stage for the Ukraine war. You set all the pieces up. You set up all the contracts in advance. You set up the pharma companies in advance. You get Hunter Biden on these boards, the Burisma company. You do all these little schemes. In 2014, when Biden was vice president, Obama was president, you set everything up in advance. And then you get your war hawks like Victoria Nuland. You get your Lindsey Grahams and your John McCains. You get them telling Ukrainians, we're going to go push the shit out of this thing in DC. And we're going to make this happen. We're going to make the war happen for you. So yes, It was created by the U.S. It was created. We don't have to invade Ukraine. We just have to create the circumstances for the war to start and then start the upward transfer of wealth. Total money laundering scheme, which hasn't even stopped since. That's what we did. Okay. Enough of a history lesson there for you guys. Enough of a history lesson. Okay. Yes. Stomach where Zelensky should just quit while he's ahead, disappear with his offshore account. Why can't he just do that? It's weird how they want to stick around. I guess it's like legacy, ego, fear, doesn't want to go anywhere. He also has protection in Israel. By the way, he has people waiting for him in Israel. He could do that like tomorrow. He can just slip out the back door, go to Israel. He would probably be fine for a good 4 or 5 years before somebody offed him. He has options. Why does he keep sticking around? It's very bizarre that he keeps sticking around. There's no through line to any success for him in Ukraine at this point. Not at all. Period. Mark my words. Not going to happen. He's out. He's done. When, how, the circumstances, that's all that's left to be figured out. But make no mistake, Zelensky's out. He's done. And what are we going to do? How are we going to respond? How are all the people that still have the yellow and blue flags in their social going to respond to this? They're going to rewrite the history of it and say we gave it a good shot, and Putin isn't actually taking over the world, so we won. I don't know how you spin it. What else we have here? Okay, we'll do a couple more and then we get on. We have one more story for you guys, and it's already top of the hour here. Okay, although we did start late, so that could have a role to play here. But yeah, we have one more story for you guys. Let me just do a couple more now. Let's see here. Okay, I think we're good on Rumble rants for now. Yeah, I just make sure we covered everything. Got them all there. And then, of course, YouTube, just making sure we got all that here. Okay. Okay. We are good. We are good on that. Okay, I'm just going to read a couple more, and then I'm going to star some of your guys' and read them near the end. And we do have another segment, so you guys are going to probably have a lot to say because it's a pharma segment. So I know a lot of you guys get very vocal about pharma, which is good. I'm glad you do. Okay, I'll take a few responses regarding Rob Reiner, because we did the Rob Reiner story. Yep, utopians, false flags for sure. Appropriate name for the show today. We look for what do we call it? Red flags, false flags, and psyops. Mary Ploppins, we should all be terrified that a president has enough time to tweet truth. Terrified, yes, but it's another reveal, isn't it, Mary? Isn't it another reveal that the president isn't being invited into the rooms we think that he's invited into, and he does seem to get antsy when he's wandering around and nobody wants to, meet with him. Tweeting might be his truth socialing. What's the term for truth? It's not tweeting. It's not called truth socialing, whatever it's called. He seems antsy a lot. And so what does he do? He picks up he's got to get something out there. I got to get something out. I can't stay still. So I think it's more of a reveal, that he has all this time to do this, that he's not actually involved. But didn't we know that? Didn't we already know that with Biden? Didn't we already know that you had a president with dementia and he still wasn't actually needed, that there were still people making decisions? There were auto pens involved. There was military decisions being made about Ukraine, being made about Gaza, being made about Palestine, money going to Israel, money going to Ukraine. Do you think Biden was actually part of that? Do you think drunk ass Kamala was part of that? Do they really need any of these people? I think the last person in vice president or president role that actually sat in these meetings and actually played a role militarily, like to the level that we think, Obama was close, but he was being told what to do. I would say Dick Cheney was the last time we had an actual vice president or president that called the meetings, didn't just sit there and give his opinion, and then didn't just get on camera and spin it. but actually called the meeting. I think that was Dick Cheney. I think it's the last time we actually had somebody calling the meeting, somebody that we voted for calling a meeting as far as who to invade next. To borrow a line from Michael Moore, who do we invade next? Dick Cheney, probably. Not to let the rest of them off the hook. They're still just as guilty partaking in this. But calling the meeting, Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney. Okay. Yes, Leslie, we're still on. We're still on. Of course we're still on. That's I always get people ask us, wait, you're still on? Yes, we're still on. We go all afternoon, guys. We go all afternoon. Okay. One more, and then we will wrap up this this segment. Great point, Longmeadow. Cheney was president. Bush was VP. I love it. And that about sums up the whole thing. There it is. The good old days. You guys remember the good old days when when the Republicans did nice things like kill 1 million Iraqis and didn't tweet something mean about it? Do you remember those days? Those were nice. Those were nice. I miss those days of a nice Republican Party that didn't mean tweet all day. They just bombed the people they needed to bomb, and they shut up about it. Why can't we go back to that? All right. That is Talking Back today. Okay. It's time to set up. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I need another 2 minutes, so I don't want to play that same one again. So what I'm going to do, let's do this. Hold on, just make sure I'm technically got it together here, because this is a good one, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is a good one. You don't want to miss this story. I'm just going to put a card on real quick, and I will see you guys ready to go with this big pharma story. You don't want to miss this. We'll be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes tops. Not like Craig Pasta. He takes like 5-6 minutes. No, this is a quickie. We're calling it. Let's see where to go. Shoot. Sorry. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Taking a 2 to 3 minute. Grab yourself a whatever drink, bathroom break. We'll be back here for our last story. It's a big one. It's a pharma story. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. This is the homeless left. We'll see you soon. There's the sound. There's the sound. Okay, we're back. We are back. One more segment for you guys. If you're just tuning in, don't worry, you didn't miss it. We saved the best for last. Here on the Homeless Left, we've been talking about PSYOPs, been talking about false flags, been talking about red flags, even just gaslighting in general. We've been talking about all of these techniques used to trick us, fool us, scare us half to death, and keep us in line. All of these situations, all this stuff going on. They're whipping them out a lot more than usual, a lot more with a lot less time in between. So it's a lot for us to keep up on, but it's the same technique, it's the same tactic every single time. So once we get good at spotting it, we'll get better at being loud about it sooner, because there's no such thing as too soon. If that's one thing we've learned doing this show, there's no such thing as too soon. Okay, let me change the image on this. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Okay, just wanted to get a little quality shift up there on that image. Okay, I think we're good there. Okay, last story today, guys. And I think we had one more we're gonna have to carry over to Thursday. Yeah, we didn't have time for I know the one we didn't have time for today. We'll get to that on Thursday. It's ongoing anyway. We were talking about that. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to get back to the Brown University shooting investigation. Ton of red flags on that one, but we'll cover that one on Thursday, probably with Jay Scott. Jay Scott will be back with us. I hope Nurse Leslie will be back with us too. But we have a bunch of stuff to get into on Thursday, and probably more Erika Kirk and Candace stuff. That's unfolding in real time. So yeah, we do have, and we have Venezuela stuff to get to too. So we have a lot more show. That's why we do twice a week, guys. But now this one's important to do right now. So we're gonna go ahead and call this segment. You guys know what we're gonna call this. You know what we like to call this one. We know what it's not, right? If it's your first time seeing this, you'll get the idea right away why we call it that. Okay, here we go, guys. Last segment today. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They don't know what the hell is going on. All these medical emergencies happening all over the place, not just here in our country, but all over the world. This is a global problem. Young people dropping dead, heart problems, neurological problems, all sorts of problems. They're happening in healthy people, young athletes. It's pretty severe. Randomly people dropping dead. We don't know why. However, as we're trying to figure out what's going on, they told us just be patient, sit still, be quiet. They're working on it. They're looking into it. They'll come back with an answer, hopefully, maybe never. But while we're waiting, they wanted us to be assured 100% there's one thing they do know for sure before they start their investigation into all these problems. They can tell us right off the bat that they know 100% for certain that they know what it's not. On that note, there seemed to have been some good news in the Maha movement, but we might have spoken too soon. So the good news is that it seems like the COVID shots themselves were on course to receive an official black box warning label. What's a black box warning label? This is the highest grade label you can get for a warning in any pharmaceutical product. It means it's like the skull and bones stamp that you're dealing with a product that has major possible side effects and consequences if you take it in either whatever the warning is. If you shouldn't be taking it because of your condition, or if you do it wrong or too much, or you might have a random reaction. It's the highest warning label you can have. So this sounds good, right? This sounds really good. But there's obviously more to this. So we're not celebrating. Let's look at what actually happened. Okay, let's start with the announcement that this was going to happen. So Independent put this out. Trump's FDA plans to put a black box warning on COVID vaccines. He plans on it. Okay. Well, I'm sure the Independent reader isn't going to take this too kindly because, you know, they don't want warnings on their dangerous products. So this is probably going to scare some of them. The FDA will reportedly add a black box warning to COVID-19 vaccines as Trump administration steps up its attack. You see this? Attack on public trust in vaccines, sources say. Attack on public trust. Oh, man, the wording of that. Wow. Wow. So black boxes are the FDA's most serious warning sign and are usually placed on medications that come with a risk of life-threatening or disabling reactions, which would apply to COVID vaccines. Duh. Okay. Two people familiar with the controversial plans told CNN that the news had shocked experts. They were shocked. We don't want people to know that they could have severe problems from our product. That is very shocking. That's very shocking. Okay. Well, according to the sources, the plan is being overseen by the FDA's chief medical and scientific officer, Dr. Vinay Prasad, and he has not yet been finalized. So keep that in mind. This is just something that will happen. Okay. It is also unclear whether the warning, which is often applied to opioids, opioids, like all the Sackler family garbage that put out in the early 2000s that killed a bunch of people. Remember that? You remember all that pain medication that killed a bunch of folks? We killed some folks. We killed some folks. So they're saying it would be included on all COVID jabs. Or they don't know if it'll be included on, they don't know. It's unclear if it'll just be all the jabs or just mRNA vaccines. Well, obviously the mRNA vaccines are the worst of them, but either way you look at it, it would be nice to get something going, some sort of skull and bones warning on this, right? Right? Well, currently there are 3 of them available. We know this, right? Pfizer, Moderna, and Novavax. The Pfizer, Moderna are the mRNA. Those are the ones that have murdered a bunch of people. I don't know this. I'm just reporting. This is what this been reported that people have died from these. I don't know. I'm just hosting a podcast. Doctors and experts come on and they show us. We have actual reports from real people that tell us this. It's been happening for the last 3 years that we've been doing the show. Andrew Nixon, a spokesperson for U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, told CNN that any claim about this has not officially been made. It's pure speculation. So what are you guys getting your panties in a bunch for, huh? He's saying we're just speculating. So don't go telling your viewers, telling your readers, you know, that Trump is putting a stake in the heart. Oh, they're stabbing us in the back. Public trust. Oh, so, and then earlier this year, Moderna issued a statement about its spike vaccine, we're reassuring you it's safe and effective. They always have to, don't they always have to assure us that it's safe and effective? Okay, well, so where we're at with this? Is that's good, right? That it's in the works, but they're saying it's not, don't worry, it's not going to, they're saying to the people that are petrified at this happening, don't worry, we haven't done it yet. Okay. So here are some of the responses we're seeing. And 3 of days, 9. And this is I gotta say, guys, this is a sad tweet because it's so well-meaning, but it's so sad. And you're gonna find out why in a moment here. It's pretty sad, but well-meaning. Huge win. Trump's FDA is about to slap the strongest possible black box warning on the mRNA COVID shots. I'm warning you before you read any more. Posting a huge win about something that's going to happen is pretty dumb to do these days. We should know better. You don't tweet victory if you haven't had the victory. It'd be the equivalent of a sports team saying we have the championship before you win the championship. Just hold on. You printed out the t-shirts, right? You printed out the t-shirts for World Series champs, but you haven't won the game yet. So you can't sell a t-shirt yet. You got to wait. Then you can release the confetti and the hats, right? World champion 2025, right? You got to wait. But okay, I get it. I get the sentiment. Let's get excited. So this person, Helen, I guess, is saying this is the same Skull and Bones crossbone label. They put on drugs that can kill or permanently disable you. Yes, it is. That's correct. Even the Atlantic. So she's saying, yeah, look at all these news outlets that are forced to report on this. The Atlantic has to report it while they're clutching their pearls and crying, attack on public trust. All that is accurate. Sorry, guys, if the truth doesn't care about your feelings. So that's on one hand, that's fun to laugh at because it is funny seeing them having the Independent and the Atlantic and CNN having to do this reporting, right? Oh my God, this is happening. And then she goes on to say the 4 years they told us these shots were safe and effective with zero long-term risk. Now the FDA itself is admitting the risks are so severe they need nuclear level warning. Yeah, that's all true. So all this is true. Myocarditis, blood clots, turbo cancer, sudden deaths. Turns out the conspiracy theories were just early. But here it gets a little sad. Thank you, Donald Trump, RFK, for finally holding Big Pharma accountable. The tide has turned. The receipts are coming. No, the receipts aren't coming. I'm so sorry, and I don't mean this like what you're thanking Trump and Kennedy for an idea that hasn't happened. This is where we're at. This is where Maha is at. The tide has turned. The receipts are coming. They're not coming. But before we get to non-existent receipts. This is the bold, brave picture in front of Reagan that I don't know if this looks a little too precise. Maybe it's AI. I don't know. The point is there's a sentiment. This is the feeling. Look at this. These brave souls that we got into power, and they're finally doing something for us. And the Atlantic and CNN and the Independent have to hold their head in shame, and they have to pretend that they're afraid of these guys. Well, they don't actually have to be afraid of anything because nothing's happening. Oh, but this is happening. I forgot about this part. There are people getting afraid. Mass General and Brigham is getting afraid. They're putting out a letter to everyone, an email, telling patients, look at this. Mass General is telling people, dear patient, as we approach the start of the new year, we'd like to share some important information with you. How to stay healthy this holiday season. Where you can go to get your GBD jab. Staying healthy this holiday season may be full of gatherings. We're going to be within 6 feet of each other. Well, it's also a time when respiratory viruses are respiratory viruses. The CDC has information about preventing sick and from the flu and COVID-19 and RSV. So you better go get your shots, guys. We recommend it. Everyone be up to date. What the hell does up to date mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just a feeling. Up to date on flu, up to date on COVID. Get up to date. Helps you, your families and friends. You getting an experimental jab in your arm helps your friends and family. How many times do you have to tell you this? And you're eligible for RSV. Ooh, if you're pregnant, come on in. You get a cut to the front of the line. We love vaccinating pregnant women, not pregnant people, pregnant women. We love vaccinating them, and we love vaccinating 75 and older. You guys are our favorite. Just cut the line, get in front. We're going to jab you with all we got. You need to get this RSV once. But you have to get COVID over and 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 over. So they're ramping up on that because they're afraid, and they think that this black box warning is coming. It's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard to stop the anti-vaxxer sentiment and patients at Mass General and patients at Kaiser and patients. They're all going to get skeptical if they see a crossbones, right? If they see a cross in bones on the actual vaccine, they're going to get petrified and they're not going to do it, right? Well, Aaron Elizabeth Health Nut News says, well, let's be a little more realistic here. How do you feel about the FDA preparing to put a black box warning on the mRNA shots for children and teenagers? So it seems that they were only going to maybe do it for mRNA only and only for children and teenagers. And then she puts a poll out. I wish it were for everyone, which it's not. I hate to spoiler alert, but it's actually not for children and teenagers either. Nobody's actually getting this warning, but the sentiment was at least some people are getting the warning. I wish it were more people getting this warning. And then she puts this is very interesting of note. Did you know Ozempic actually has the crossbones and skull on it? Yet hundreds of millions of people take it anyway. Interesting. So after all this hoopla, people are still going to do the thing that they're going to do. Why? Because it's still on the freaking market. That's why it hasn't been pulled and it hasn't been taken off the shelf. It's still available. And even with the Cross and Bones logo, we already know what people do with Ozempic. They take it anyway. So, of course, Aaron's poll makes sense. 84% said this is not enough. Do more. Well, now it's time for the real spoiler. Been building up to this one. So even with everybody still saying this isn't enough, it's actually worse than that. It's actually nothing at all. Breaking from Dr. Jane Ruby. The FDA will not apply black box warning on mRNA deadly injections. Nope. The CMO, that's the Prazid guy at FDA, and the director of FDA, they squashed the warning. They're not doing BB, that's black box warning. They will never remove these military bioweapons. And she tags Kennedy and Dr. McCary. Dr. McCary should be the guy pushing for this black box warning at minimum, but he's not. Do you know what he's doing instead? Hold your breath, guys. Here he is. Dr. McCary himself is going to tell you it's not happening at all.
Approach internationally. Now, when it comes to the black box warning, we have no plans to put that on the COVID vaccine. The Safety and Epidemiology Center within the FDA did recommend that. It was a recommendation formally put out. But
look at that. Look at how the Pfizer stock going up as he's talking. Look at that. Look at that. Are you guys seeing this? Did anyone else notice this? Have you seen this? As he's talking in real time, the stock market is responding as Dr. Marty McCary, the FDA commissioner, is telling the viewers, we're not putting a warning label on it after all. It's all rumors. The Pfizer stock is going up in real time. This is not a movie. This isn't like the evil scene where the Pfizer, the head of Pfizer, who we know, Albert Bourda, has already did a deal with Trump, 60 billion more investment, more money into Trump medicine, or whatever that this mRNA/AI technology medicine, pre-health, pre-crime. We're going to tell you have cancer, and then we're going to inject you with more mRNA. The Ellison deal. Pfizer stock is going up as the FDA commissioner is setting the record straight. It was all gossip and rumor. Keep going. Let's see if the stock keeps going up.
But some of our scientists and leadership, like Dr. Vinay Prasad, have said it may be different today than it was in the first year of COVID when the shot came out, because when you have those 2 doses 3 months apart, that's when you see the side effects go way up, like myocarditis in young people. Now that it's annual, you may not see that same prevalence, so we don't want to extrapolate findings to today if it's not transferable.
So what we're saying is we were really concerned about people getting jabbed, then jabbed again a few months later, then jabbed again after that. And that's when we saw some side effects. Now we're not as concerned. Now we're just not as concerned. What's happening now? Well, we're spacing them out more. So we don't think that you're going to see any more myocarditis. We don't think you're going to see any more heart problems or heart attacks or neurological problems. We don't think we're going to see any more rapid cancers, any more stage 4 cancer, any more died suddenly. We're not going to see any of these heart attacks. We're not going to see any of this because we're spacing them out more. That's what we all wanted. We just wanted to space them out. We just didn't want them to have them so often. Now we're good. This is the guy that Trump put into place. This is the guy that RFK Jr. said, Marty McCary is the guy that's going to bring Maha to the finish line. And that's what he's doing. He's doing the exact opposite. And he's justifying spacing out the vaccines is fine. It's fine. Let a little time go by. Then you won't get myocarditis. You won't die suddenly. You'll be fine. We know this for sure. As the Pfizer stock is going up. As the Pfizer stock goes up right next to him. Did you see that? Did you see that? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. There's Moderna going up right before it. Here, I'll just keep this going. Look at this. Here's Pfizer. There it is. There it is. Right back up 6, 7. Okay, it's hanging around. Okay, so all in the green. All in the green. That's your Maha movement. That's the Maha movement. That's where it's come. And when you get tweets like, and I get it. I get the woman that tweeted out, thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, RFK. Way to stick it to these assholes at The Independent and at CNN. Way to stick it to them. Making them have to force to tell their viewer, tell their reader that we're going to have a warning on this because their product sucks that they've been pushing for 5 years. No thanks to Trump and to RFK. They're actually not doing anything. Except making pharma more money. And why? So Bill Gates can do the next thing on his agenda, which is what? Which is this. It's called a microneedle patch. Nicholas Hulscher, he's been doing some great work on this for the last 5 years. Bill Gates puts out a new microneedle patch. It's an implant that you install inside your body. You install a patch. This is the shit they mocked when we said that you want to do microchips. Oh, Bill Gates wants to do microchips with the vax. What is this? It's a modified mRNA aligned with a permanent QR code inside your body. This is going to be planned for the mass rollout during the next pandemic. Why are we saying next one? Are we saying it to scare you? Is Nicholas Hulscher trying to sell a product to you right now? I don't think so. I think what he's doing is he's telling you that this has been the plan the whole time. It's going to be a biological vaccine passport controlling who can shop, dine, travel, all the stuff they conditioned us through with the original pandemic. Right? That's what's happening here. That's what's happening here. And they're all saying, these people, Albert Bourla, Bill Gates, Fauci, Hotez, they've been saying, another one's coming, another one's coming, another one's coming. That's what they've been saying. Well, let me just take a look at this actual, because Nicholas did a breakdown of the actual device. So you guys think he's just making it up. It's not. This is the actual device Bill Gates is working on for the next, as we say, pandemic.
The next mRNA platform, vaccine platform that they try and roll out at a wide scale. So first in 2019, Gates funded a study for the original development of these quantum dot implants. So it's a microneedle patch array. So it's got a bunch of mini needles. It's like a Band-Aid. You put it on your wrist, it dissolves, and it installs these quantum dot materials that last for at least 5 years. So they developed that in 2019. Now in 2025, Gates funded another study that shows just how advanced now this technology has become. It is advancing at a very fast pace. Now these microneedle patches can install literal quantum dot QR codes that can be read with AI with specialized cameras and decoded to store batch information, lot number, how many doses you received. There you go. They put it on the pig. That's what it looks like. It's a literal QR code. You will be marked. This lasts, again, for years, perhaps permanently. And this will be used as a biological vaccine passport system where you won't use your phone. You won't use the QR code on your phone to enter the store and travel. You will use your wrist where this material is embedded in your body. And so this is very dangerous. And this even earned a spot at the 2025 Global Vaccine Forum, where they had their own session on these microneedle patch implants. So this is planned for wide-scale deployment for another pandemic.
And what is this other pandemic he's talking about? It's what they've been saying the whole time. Here's a little mashup of it.
Was for me like a rehearsal.
There will absolutely be an outbreak of another pandemic. It may be next year.
We just need to mess around. There's a lot of lipid nanoparticles, and some are very self-assembly.
We know what's next. A new wave of pandemics is going to be upon us.
I'm convinced that there will be another pandemic.
Certainly we'll have one in the next 25 years. There's even some...
How can you smile saying that? Can you at least pretend to be concerned? Look at how petrified you made all those cackling hens at the table. They're petrified. You're the only one smiling right now, Bill. Only one smiling.
Pathogens out there that we're watching over right now. And so I probably put bioterror, which is a really awful...
He's laughing. He's laughing.
We are going to see a whole new age of biological weapons. We have to grapple with that reality because that is what is coming.
I can't go into all the details, but there are man-made threats that we were prepared to deal with.
When the next pandemic comes,
knocking. And
oh, this Who director, this guy's the worst. This guy's absolutely the worst.
It will. We must be ready to answer decisively.
We'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
Cannot wait. Do the rubbing of the hands. Do the little. It's literally Dr. Evil. Can't wait. Can't wait. So that's that. That's what's happening. No one's fighting for us in the administration. They're still whipping out their get your next booster. Trump is getting his next booster. So we got to do this work ourselves. That's all there is to it. Before we end up the segment, you guys know we like to do some unrelated reporting. There were three pretty notable incidences that occurred, some medical emergency incidences, not related to this at all. I just thought it would be appropriate to report on them. So let's just go through these real quick, because we know what it's not. That we know for a fact. But some of these are a little peculiar. We don't really know what happened. We'll start with this one. This is Sophie Kinsella. She's a novelist, an English novelist. She wrote ones. You guys, if you haven't heard of her, you might have heard of her books. One of the Confessions of a Shopaholic. Another one is Can You Keep a Secret? She died suddenly on December 10th at 55. She just revealed that she was diagnosed with glioblastoma, an aggressive brain cancer. She got the diagnosis in 2024, following 2 years earlier. She was diagnosed with cancer 2 years earlier in 2022. What is significant about 2022? Absolutely nothing. No significance to draw from in 2022. This just happens to be when she got cancer. 2 years later, rapid brain cancer, and a year later, she's dead. She leaves a loving husband and 5 children behind, and she was witty and popular author. Her novels were very lighthearted, and they had enduring characters, and she had a massive fan base. I don't have anything else to say about that. I just wanted you guys to know that happened. This one's a little more peculiar. This is Rachel Carpani. She died unexpectedly. She was an actress, 45 years old. She was in Home and Away and did NCIS Los Angeles. She appeared in actually 180 episodes of an Australian drama I've never heard of. It's called McLeod's Daughters. Her family confirmed her death on Instagram, writing that she had been suffering from a chronic illness but passed unexpectedly earlier this month. And people have been tweeting this out. Now this is a little inappropriate. Here, Holly Joe. Home and Away star Rachel Carpani dies unexpectedly, age 45. She was vaxxed, boosted, and she bullied people who didn't want the clot shot. Well, I don't think you should be telling us about her medical records there, Holly Joe. That's not any of our business. We should have privacy when it comes to our medical records. That's what everyone's been saying for the last 5 years. Oh, never mind. Scratch that. We want to see everyone's medical records when you walk into a restaurant. That's the only way we know that you're safe to sit down and have a sandwich with. You better be fully masked too when you walk in the restaurant. You can take your mask off when you eat your burger, put the mask back on. You guys remember, so you know the drill. But no, Holly, you're not supposed to be talking about that. Well, what did she do? What did she do that was so bad? She got a vax like everyone else. What else did she do? Oh shoot. Rachel did seem to do a little bullying here. Oh boy. So this was 4 years ago. This was at the rollout 2021, I believe. This was the rollout year 2021, and this was Christmas time. So Rachel tweeted out, but apparently can't spell. Yes, morons walk among us. Who is she referring to? But now that masks are mostly off as of last night, can the unvaccinated peeps please take care? Heart. That means stay inside and stay the freaking bleep away from me and everyone I care about, you selfish a-holes. Huh. Sorry, but we all got the jab for you. We didn't do it for ourselves. We did it for you. Because that's how medicine works. You get stuff done to you, not for you. You do it. Okay. I still don't understand that part, but happy Merry Festivus to all the beautiful, considerate vax lovelies who got the jab for everyone else. Wishing you, not the unvaccinated, I'm only wishing you, those who followed orders, a happy last 2 weeks festivities. Hashtag happy holidays. Hashtag get vax. And then she goes on to brag about her boosting. She got vaccinated, second jab, vaccinated. Cheers to that there with the cheers emoji. Yep, I still wear a mask, but it will take 3 weeks to get the highest amount of immunity from these shots. Oh, thank you. Are you an expert now? 3 weeks. Oh, that's what they told you. It would take 3 weeks to get the highest amount of immunity. Oh, good. Good for you. Then I will keep wearing a mask because I'm part of the team. Though it's unlikely I can still get it and give it to someone vulnerable. Ha ha ha. Okay. And there she is with her awesome looking mask. Very nice. I hope she kept it on all the way up till she dropped dead. I don't think she did though. I think that wore off at some point for her. But this is on this post she did. She says boost juice. So good for Rachel for telling people what she really thinks about their choices for their bodies because they weren't what she did for her body. And now she's not around to talk about it anymore. And all we have are these tweets. Isn't that part suck that all we have left when you die, all we have is this. This isn't us rummaging through your trash. You put this out there. This is public domain. So know that, people. And I'm not just talking about COVID. I'm talking about anything you want to go blast and yell and bitch and whine, and you want to pull a Trump and start effing with people and bullying people on a tweet. Guess what? That's going to be forever. You're not. You're not forever. As Rachel found out and her family found out, she's not forever. But these tweets are. They're not in your trash. We didn't break in and rummage through on your private property and rummage through your trash can. You put this out here, which means it's timeless, and you're not. Isn't that a sad? Isn't that a harsh realization we all need to have right now? We all need to have that. This is immortal. You're not. One more, guys, and this one hits home. This one hits hard. This is sad for the sporting world. Jason Collins announces he's dealing with stage 4 brain cancer. Oh, no. 47 years old, former NBA player. He played for 6 teams in his 13-year career. Of note, he was the first pro athlete to come out as gay. That was a big deal. He came out and he kept playing. This wasn't after. This was during. This was the end of his 13-year career. He came out publicly, which was great because he set a precedent for other athletes who were hiding that or whatever their situation was. So that's what he was known for. And now in December, just now, like in the last few days, he put a statement out. He says, I have stage 4, this one again, glioblastoma, one of the deadliest forms of brain cancer. It came on incredibly fast because my tumor is unresectable. So what he decided to do, he says, I'm going with the standard of care, which is radiation and TMZ. The average prognosis is only 11 to 14 months. So he's saying out loud that I only have 11 to 14 months to live. And I'm going to make the best of it. And he's been doing a few interviews. He's been doing some other stuff. But he's just coming to terms. I wonder if he has anything else he needs to come to terms about. I wonder if he has anything else he wants to be open about, since he only seems to have about a year left to live, which he's saying. That's his words. What else do you want to talk about? I don't know if he's going to say much more. He's going to tell us about his struggle, and you guys can go look up. He actually gets into detail about his struggle with forgetting things, and it's affecting everything, and the thing that makes him who he is the thing that's leaving his brain. It's pretty tragic, and you guys should go read up on it on Jason Collins. But I'm telling you, that's all he's taught. He's not going to talk about anything else. The thing that we're interested in, as Vance Murphy tweets out, former NBA player Jason Collins has stage 4 brain cancer at just 47 years old. We need to start asking some tough questions. As you guys know, that's what we like doing best here on the Homeless Left, is we ask tough questions. Well, here's a good question, which we are pretty sure Jason Collins is not going to ask himself, but we're going to ask. Why would you tweet this out in October of 2020? Why would you tweet this out, Jason Collins? Don't know if you had COVID, but I have. It was the sickest I've ever been in my life. I went to the ER because I thought I was having a heart attack. I'm trying to spare others of enduring what I went through. Don't be stupid and dumb like Trump. Be smart and go with Joe. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Because Trump was all 100% Operation Warp Speed. He just now, 5 years after this tweet, he tweeted out that his doctor just gave him a booster. So I don't know what this be smart and go with Joe actually means, but I get it. He's trying to be political. He's trying to be in his camp. Does he have any thought about this 5 years later in his last year of life? Is he going to? I don't know. But again, the internet is forever. What else we have here? Calling Lindsey Graham a coward. And for the wrong reasons. He's not talking about Ukraine war, coward. No, he's not talking about killing all down to the last Ukrainian. No, he's saying that Lindsey Graham is a coward because Lindsey Graham is questioning whether he would take a COVID test because it was coming from Biden. I think that was what this was referenced to. He says, why don't you just take a damn shot or take a damn test and be done with it? You're so afraid of testing positive that you'd rather risk the safety of people around you. Shame on you, coward. Does Jason Collins know that those PCR tests ended up being 95% ineffective? That's right. You heard me. Not a glitch. 95% ineffective. 95. So this tweet becomes not much of anything other than it's a sign that Jason Collins was following instructions and not thinking for himself. That's all that is. And ready to get in line to attack the other side for whatever, with the talking point that he was fed. This isn't Jason Collins' thought that he had on his own. This is a thought passed from top down. That's what this is. It's team sports, playing team sports with health, which is weird, right? COVID should never have been a political issue. It should never have been a red versus blue issue. It's weird that it became that. And here we go. Here we go, Jason Collins. This one is one you should probably take a little time with in the next year before you croak. But in May of 2021, Jason Collins tells us vaccines work. If you haven't done so, get vaccinated already. Do your part for yourself, your family, your country, and the world. All right? And this is after a tweet from a propagandist, Anna Cabrera. She says that LA reports 0 COVID deaths for the second straight day. And as we found out later, as we know, the COVID deaths was a scam too. They could hike the number up or lower it whenever they wanted to. Very easy to do that, right? Very easy to do that when you're dealing with other numbers that you decide to push into the fray or pull out. Those numbers are people that died with COVID, not from COVID. That was easy to do. So you can skew that number any way, shape, or form you want, anytime you want. Again, does Jason Collins have time to go back and reflect on any of this? I don't know. I mean, he's still alive. These others aren't. Rachel Carpani, she's dead. Sophie Kinsella, she's dead. Jason Collins is still alive. So I wonder if he'll take any time to reflect on this. Because people are watching, they're reading, especially, he's got fans, he's got NBA fans. They were told to take all this stuff. They were told Kyrie Irving was insane. How dare you sit out? How dare you sit in the audience without your jersey on and not play when you refuse to get a vax? So you have to sit in an audience and affect people in your suit, right? Because he didn't have the vax, so he's breathing on everyone out there, but he wasn't allowed to be on the court. What a selfish asshole. Nobody had any critique about the policy in New Jersey and New York, state of New York, that actually thought it was a good idea to have basketball players sit in the crowd amongst all these people if they didn't get vaccinated, but they weren't allowed to sit on the court and run it and be athletic and run around on a court playing basketball. That you couldn't do. So this is the basketball fans, they're listening. Jason Collins, are you paying attention to this timeline that you just lived through, that we all just lived through these last 5 years? Are you paying attention? Are you taking some time? I hope he does. And he's a good dude. I know it was good. It was good that he came out when he did, and it was a big moment. But yeah, take some time to reflect. We should all take time to reflect. And the big lesson again is, what is the big lesson today? Internet is forever. It's going to live on well beyond us. So let's make sure the stuff we put out is stuff that we will stand behind and be proud of. Even if our minds change, that's okay. Let's go reflect. Let's go do follow-ups. Let's reply to tweets from 5 years ago and say, oh, look at this. Look what I used to think. Now I think this. How cool would that be if anyone did that? That'd be cool. We should all keep that in mind, because one day we're not going to be here. And what will still be here is the stuff we put out publicly on the internet. And that's forever. And that is another episode of We Know What It's Not. Okay, guys, I think that should do it. Thank you guys so much for all of your engagement. This was a good show today. Good show. We got it together. We're going to be doing a bunch of other stuff on Thursday. We'll be back here, guys, 2 days from now. We'll have, like I said, we have Jay Scott with us. And we might have actually, I'm working on a guest. I'm not going to tell you just yet. We might have a special guest on Thursday's show. More stuff we weren't able to do today. We'll have updates on the stories we did today. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, follow us, all that stuff. You'll get notified on Thursday when we go live and into the future. And we will get our segments up on our channels on YouTube, on Rumble, so you can share out the segments, the one that you're resonating with the most or whatever. Get those out to people. Start conversations. That's what we're trying to do here. It's an activism. We're not just sitting back and listening, and we're not just an echo chamber of ourselves. We're here to gain skills, gain insight, get better at interacting with people, get better at how we look at the world when stories break. That's what we're doing here. So let's do it together. Let's keep going on it. That's the Homeless Left. That's it for today. I'll leave you with this. This is badass. This is a guy that wants accountability, and it went viral. And I think it's important to remember the question we ask over and over and over, and we have yet to see it answered. The question is what? It's who's going to jail? That's all we want to know. Who's going to jail? And it doesn't seem like anybody is. And that's the sad reality. So I'll leave you with that. Yeah, don't forget, we go out to the world. We always go out with the same principles in play. Having principle, that's everything. Having principle, having courage, and having conviction. All of those are important. And that's it for this week. For Tuesday, we'll see you guys back here on Thursday. I'm Matt Weinglass. It's the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. Power to the people, and free Palestine. We're out.
Going to jail. That's all I want to know. Because it started with it was safe and effective, and do your part, and do it for grandma, and you'll get a burger and a donut if you do it, and you'll get to eat with your loved ones if you do it, and you get to keep your job if you do it, and you get to go see your dying loved ones and then their funeral if you do it. And if you get the thing, then you won't get it, I promise. And you won't give it to others, I promise. Oh, and your kids should get it. And oops, sorry, we were wrong, so now you need to keep getting more. And you're dangerous and crazy if you don't get them. Oh, and that heart problem and those seizures and that autoimmune condition and that stroke and those menstrual infertility issues and those reactions and that death. Oh, yeah, that's not related. Well, how do you know? Oh, it's just not related. Stop being one of those racist anti-vaxxers. Follow the science. And now here's how it's going in 2025. The FDA is planning to put a black box warning on COVID shots by the end of 2025. Now, what is a black box warning, you might ask? It's the strongest type of safety alert issued by the FDA for prescription or over-the-counter medications. It highlights serious or potentially life-threatening risks associated with a drug based on medical studies or evidence of preventable adverse effects. So again, the question we should all be asking right now is who the fuck is going to jail? Because you coerced and manipulated and lied to the entire world. And some of the people in my life that I love more than anything got a vaccine that you told them was safe and effective. And now you're admitting that it's not. with the most consequential risks associated with it. Kaylor, move on. Get over it. Yeah, that's exactly what a manipulative, narcissistic psychopath says after they lied to you and it all starts to get exposed. So respectfully, shut the fuck up and admit that you were wrong and pray that justice doesn't come after you. But it will if me and my people have anything to do with it, and that's the fucking vibe today, baby.